greatest star of the Colosseum. He is almost completely impervious to pain, while possessing the mental capacity of a 3-year-old child, a mindless mountain of muscle. The gladiator is armed with a flail, an enormous metal ball that allows him to strike enemies from a distance. If he closes in on his target, he attacks with the blade mounted on his other arm. The muscles across the gladiator's back were unable to withstand the rapid growth of his immense body and eventually tore apart, leaving a vulnerable area of exposed flesh. Defeating him requires several squad members to coordinate their attacks and switch between one another quickly. The gladiator always targets the person who struck him most recently. By positioning 2 squad members at opposite ends of the arena, one of them will always have a clear shot at the gladiator's exposed back, while his attention remains fixed on the other. Blind Behemoth. No one knows exactly where these creatures came from. They may once have been deranged murderers whose flesh was twisted beyond recognition, or perhaps they are some unnatural fusion of man and beast. One thing is certain: they are terrifying opponents. Blind behemoths possess inhuman strength and agility and can kill a man with a single blow. Vicus intended to display them in the arena, but soon became disappointed by how quickly they slaughtered their captives. To make the contests more evenly matched, he had the creatures blinded. These monsters possess neither brains nor sight. They are driven entirely by instinct, charging toward any source of sound. Each one carries a massive club, which it uses to smash everything in its path. Their sense of smell is every bit as developed as their hearing. Remaining close to one is extremely dangerous, even when standing perfectly still. Blind behemoths must be eliminated quickly, and from a safe distance. Legionary. The 7th cohort of the 1st Legion was stationed on the eastern frontier of the Empire. Being sent there was considered a disgrace, the worst posting a legionary could receive. Most of its soldiers were murderers, fugitives, or convicted criminals. Morale within the cohort was abysmal, and discipline was almost non-existent. Governor Vicus ordered the legionaries to brutalize the local population and prey upon traveling merchants. At first, the soldiers merely charged traders for passage through the province. Then they began demanding payment for protection from themselves. Eventually, they abandoned all pretense and simply started plundering entire caravans. Any merchant killed during such a raid could consider himself fortunate. Those who survived might be sold to the Colosseum, forced into sexual servitude, or end their days on Vicus's dining table, as the governor frequently treated himself to human flesh. Under the influence of the firstborn, the legionaries enhanced their bodies by driving flexible yet durable metal plates beneath their skin. At range, they attack with throwing spears. In close combat, they wield heavier spears capable of inflicting devastating wounds. Wait until a legionary raises his head above his shield as he prepares to attack, then strike. Legionaries are extremely skilled with their javelins, so exposing yourself directly in front of them is rarely a good idea. Now, let us move on to the age of the Crusades. Bishop Malthius St. Clair. Bishop St. Clair feared for his immortal soul, for his flesh was weak. Despite subjecting himself to constant mortification, he could never free himself from the sin of gluttony. Seeking salvation, he traveled to Rome. The Vatican Library concealed countless secrets, and within its ancient texts, he discovered accounts of the firstborn and its repeated attempts to enter the mortal world. The bishop decided that a being so similar to God might save him from eternal damnation. All he had to do was grant the creature its freedom and earn its favor. To this day, it remains unclear whether the bishop sincerely believed that God would protect his army and open the gates of heaven before them, or whether he deliberately deceived Pope Innocent III, knowing that the bloody slaughter of innocents would open the breach. Whatever the truth, thousands of children died horrific deaths that day. Their blood drew the firstborn into the world and condemned the bishop to the darkness. Malthius believed that he was witnessing the end of the world. When he heard movement beneath the chapel floor, he thought a miracle had occurred, that God, in his mercy, had restored the children to life. He fled into the crypt to welcome his warriors with open arms. His screams continued for days. The Templars sealed the entrance, abandoning the bishop to his fate. Like all the others, however, he eventually returned to life. But he had become something else, something immensely powerful. He could perform miracles, and he believed that God had given him a purifying trial, to release the souls of the children who had been enslaved by the devil. From that moment onward, he exorcised wave after wave of demonic children, never losing his faith for even an instant. His immortality depended upon it. Not once did he consider that he had already become immortal, just not in the way he had imagined. Bishop St. Clair surrounds himself with divine protection that renders him invulnerable. Through exorcism, he commands the children around him. When he senses that his enemies are gaining the upper hand, he invokes the Black Rose, raising a physical barrier around himself that unleashes deadly blossoms in every direction. When this happens, the only sensible response is to find cover. Once the Black Rose fades, the bishop becomes vulnerable. That brief window must be used to inflict as much damage as possible. Child Crusader. The Children's Crusade began in 1212, although the battle in the Holy Land took place a year later. The children were selected from among young volunteers gathered from all across Europe. They could barely lift their swords and buckled beneath the weight of their chainmail, but they supposedly possessed a secret weapon that rendered them invulnerable. Their Christian purity and innocence would protect them from arrows and spears better than any shield. At least, that was what Bishop Malthius told Pope Innocent III. The waters of the Mediterranean were expected to part before the Holy Army, but no miracle occurred, and the Crusaders were forced to wait for several months until a merchant finally agreed to carry them aboard his ships. 2 of the vessels sank. Several others reached an unfamiliar port, where the children aboard them were sold into slavery. Malthius still had thousands of young crusaders under his command, and he led them onward to Alcali. The weakest died along the way from starvation, exhaustion, and the hardships of the journey. When the surviving children finally reached Alcali, the wretched and emaciated crusaders found the courage to refuse any further part in Malthius's madness. Malthius laughed at their fears and led them into battle. What followed was not a battle, but a massacre. The Saracens ordered the Crusaders to surrender. When the children refused, they were slaughtered without mercy. Their mutilated bodies were left for the vultures. The surviving Crusaders gathered the corpses and buried them inside the crypt. Meanwhile, Malthius withdrew into the chapel and began begging forgiveness for his sins. Then the breach opened. Those inside the crypt and those gathered outside the fortress watched as the recently slain children returned to life. Many fell that day at the hands of an enemy that could no longer die. Child Crusaders are incorporeal beings capable of passing through solid walls. Their spirits remain innocent, but their hearts are filled with rage and hatred toward the adults, especially Malthius, who sent them to their deaths. When they attack, they assume physical form, revealing their mutilated and tormented bodies. They lash out with the shredded tendons of their own limbs, wielding them like whips. They can emerge from anywhere, from beneath the ground, through the walls, or down from the ceiling. When wounded, they become incorporeal once again and attempt to escape. It is better to concentrate your attacks on a single child crusader, rather than engage several at once. If they are not destroyed quickly, they will return to their ghostly state and regenerate their health. The Crusaders trapped inside the box gradually lost their minds and succumbed to the influence of the firstborn. Religious fanatics, they slaughtered everyone they considered unclean, beginning with the local Saracens and Jews, before eventually turning upon one another. They quickly discovered that death did not truly exist within this reality. In their eyes, this meant that God himself had granted them permission to devise torments beyond imagining. As the centuries passed, they lost every trace of their humanity and became little more than animals. They hacked off their own limbs and replaced them with swords and axes. They quite literally drove armor into their flesh and stitched coats of mail directly onto their flayed bodies. Warrior crusaders are true killing machines. They move with the speed and agility of cats and seek close combat whenever possible, where they can inflict lethal wounds with their knives. Their right arms are fitted with hooks that can be launched at medium range, as well as dart launchers used to attack distant targets. Over time, they adapted themselves to fight the new enemies continually drawn into the box. In place of their left forearms, they bear circular axes, which they use as shields to deflect incoming bullets. Crossbowman Crusader. Crossbowmen are the snipers of the medieval world, masters of ranged combat. Their effectiveness depends above all on the strength and dexterity of their fingers, which is why their hands have remained largely unaltered. The Crusaders based their weapon on the Chinese repeating crossbow and continued refining the design over the centuries. Its bolts are fed through a wooden magazine mounted on top of the weapon and loaded by means of a manually operated mechanism. The heads of the bolts are packed with gunpowder, causing them to explode on impact. Crossbowman Crusaders usually remain behind barricades, firing from secure, well-protected positions. Their location can be identified by tracing the direction from which their bolts are coming. At close range, however, they are virtually helpless. Humanity brought death and destruction to the desert of Al-Khali. When the Abyss claimed this fragment of the world, it consumed everything within it, including the dead. The rotting bodies of the unfortunate souls who had been butchered like animals and cast into mass graves became the raw material from which these creatures were formed. They possess no true intelligence, only the most primitive instincts. This conglomeration of corpses weighs more than 30 tons and stands 14.6 meters tall. Its countless bodies share a single brain and a single mass of flesh. Corpses. Behemoths are horrific creatures that will attack anything still capable of drawing breath. In addition to their monstrous size, they are protected by metal armor and can spew enormous clots of infected blood and decaying flesh. Their bodily secretions are lethally toxic. When one of these abominations appears, the safest course of action is to find cover and attack from behind it. Its weak point is the mask. The mask is fastened to the creature by thick bands of flesh that bind its countless bodies into a single mass. Destroy those bindings, and the collective mind holding the creature together will collapse, leaving nothing behind but a lifeless mountain of corpses. Some corpses. Behemoths are protected by arcane seals. These wards can be broken only by weapons bearing the corresponding runes. Now it is time to leap forward into the Second World War.
Welcome to my channel.
Anyway,
The newly formed units.
hello. I think I actually made better. Maybe that lightning damage could be swapped for physical, but that's the luck that I had with crafting. And the bullshit that the Viridian monsters throw at you, it's, you know. Yeah. Whatever. So this is the best I could do. 126 to 320. Throwing spear. Plus 130 lightning potential damage. No. Sure. I don't have anything to gain by pushing the islands. Should go for the necromancers. Wait, isn't this where the monkey boss is? Hmm. I hate the fucking Viridian monsters. They're like drugged. They're like on cocaine. Each and every one of them. Wow. The fuck was that? No. Oh. What did I see? What coming? The bullcrap. Whatever. Oh god, okay. Leave my chicken alone. Close call. Nice. This doesn't kill me, I don't know what will. Right. Fuck you and your temporal chains.
Have enough in your pack already?
Sure.
Need more time.
How did I survive that delirium? Nice.
Playing kill. Need a moment.
Fuck you and your UI elements.
Wait. The fruits of your labor. I'm bet double as is.
Hmm. About that. Mm-mm. Hmm.
Need more time.
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
I'll not make the journey home like that. How should I know? We didn't exactly.
It was an ancient Celtic. Any other clues
It
about it?
weren't just Virizium about. Yeah.
Sounds like someone of significance. Could he have come with the original expedition? All the best.
maybe.
Vibrant Vivacity of E. Welcome to my channel. Best promotion
No,
on stream and blog.
thanks. No, no. I wonder now, I wonder when I can see just another lemon tree. Milan.
Of
This is all we have. Aye, indeed.
Okay then, Helldivers, we are back. And Sharon Prime has got an interesting one, as the Helldivers operations of Chopessa have secured an intel cache that indicates that planned testing parameters for the orbital superweapon are located on Sharon Prime. In an attempt to prevent intel interception, the automatons have distributed encrypted data fragments directly into the memory drives of the planetside forces. To reconstruct the intel, Helldivers must terminate 100 million automatons and upload their internal drives for analysis. Now this is a huge one because you guys have 2 days to obviously do that. In the meantime, we have 3 days to actually go ahead and liberate X-45, of which we are currently really struggling over on Vega Bay with only a 15% liberation just there. It has been intriguing, obviously, because it's the only way to get through to X-45 right now, and we don't have enough Helldivers to be able to actively do it. Therefore, 3 days to get 2 planets, and to also take out the 100 million automatons on Sharon Prime. This could tend in for a very squeaky venture. I'm not too sure how that one is going to go. Meanwhile, down here, we are still in the Class 1 Exostorm, which is likely to exfil up to a Class 2 Exostorm at some stage today. This is not looking like a bright future for Arrowhead's Game Studios in terms of where it is that this tabletop is actually going. I am extremely intrigued and extremely worried. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below as to whether you think that this story is going to progress in a positive manner. Talking about positive and somewhat positive manners though, we got an announcement yesterday from Arrowhead Game Studios where the supply FRV comes home for good inside of October. Now this was intriguing because I was baffled by it considering we are still in July, but it states right here, save up your requisition slips to the supply FRV will be available for all Helldivers. Attention Helldivers, Super Earth High Command has update regarding the M103 supply FRV. The resupply slinging cousin of our super beloved fast recon vehicle, the full-scale production of which was enabled by the bravery of Helldivers during the Census Thunder campaign, is made permanently available in October 2026. Helldivers will be able to unlock it with requisition slips. Now bear in mind that we have obviously had a second reward since that point already, and we are nearly finishing our third reward, and we are looking into October. This is going to be about another 2-3 months time, meaning that it would have taken 4 months to be able to receive that first campaign reward. As to how it is that that's going to go about in terms of where it's going to move moving forward, when will you guys get the hyena, for those of you guys who don't have it already, I don't really know. The update cadence on this makes absolutely no sense to me at all. As to why we have to wait till October is actually a little bit baffling, as by that point we will probably have about 4 more of these beautiful rewards from the campaigns. Essentially, it feels like they are more so forcing you guys to play now so that you don't have to wait nearly half a year to be able to obtain the same stuff. And even then, we're only talking about the supply FRV. They haven't even mentioned the hyena yet, so we'll see exactly how that one plays out. But it states, let's unpack how it works. To our June campaign veterans, you earned the prestigious vehicle through dedication and camaraderie, with old-fashioned boots in the mud and bugs' guts on the windshield, and you have been wielding it in the defense of managed democracy ever since. Your valiant actions have enabled the rest of your comrades in arms to access the equipment in October. A rising tide of firepower lifts all Helldivers. To those who missed it the first time, your patience has paid off. Mark your calendars for October and get ready to unlock your supply FRV. See you on the battlefield, Helldivers. Bring the whole squad. That FRV isn't going to drive itself. For Super Earth, to manage democracy for free rides. Now, I don't know how I feel about this one. This was a really big piece of information that just had a load of holes in it, essentially. Why we've got to wait till October, what's happening with the rest of the rewards, and how is this one even going to work? You don't even give us a date in October that this is going to be coming out. You just kind of have to wait for it some stage during those 4-week periods. It blows my mind, man. But I want to know your opinions in the comment section below, as I feel like a lot of you guys probably aren't too surprised at this point. Moving on from that, the Warhammer 40k has obviously had its teaser trailer for the announcement. Yes, we had an announcement for an announcement, but inside of it, it did give us a little bit to go off of. People did notice that the armor for the person grabbing hold of the bolter hand cannon was a interesting one, as they actually realized exactly what this is. There is a slight camo that you can obviously see on the gauntlet itself and on the actual fabricing of the plate, as well as the 3 dots inside of the square, and people have been posting up that this is what it is. Yeah, so the Kassakin is exactly what it is that we're going to be receiving. It all seems to work in terms of aesthetics. You can see on the hand, you've got the little squared piece, you've got the 3 dots, we've got that inside of the square. It looks like it could be running down that narrative. I think that it's kind of positive to say that this is definitely what we're going to be receiving, or at least within these realms. Whether it looks directly like this, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the colorization is more in the Helldivers realm of things, as we are looking at more a black and blue rather than a green and beige. No idea, but it does look really, really cool, and I'm glad that it is something that they are issuing out. As to whatever it is that's happening with this game right now, I have no idea. It just seems that there is nothing on the table bar announcements, and although I'm really happy that there are announcements coming out, it is slightly concerning that nothing seems to be following through from all of these announcements, and all the announcements that are there are so much later in the year that we just don't really know what's happening. Now, obviously, this Warbond is going to be coming out on the week commencing the 3rd, so it is likely that we'll see it on Tuesday the 4th, or if they want to release it on the Thursday, then it'll be Thursday the 6th, but we are expected to get our trailer on the 30th of next week, so we know full well based on their cadence that that's how it works. So we know that we've got an interesting time in about 2 weeks. But yeah, up until that point, your guess is as bloody good as mine. Nonetheless, though, I showcased to you guys the Warhammer trailer yesterday, and you guys had a lot to say. I think that it is safe to say that you obviously know where these comments are already going. This first one right here, coming from NZ states, damn, an announcement to the announcement of the Warbond. Super bureaucracy really takes a toll on me. And this one received quite a few likes, and the fact that Arrowhead doesn't need to be given summer vacations, they need pay cuts, which is wild to me. I'm not too sure I agree with that, but there is obviously something that's not quite right inside of that studio right now, and I don't really know what it is, but they just take so long to achieve anything, and when they do eventually achieve it, they take so long to bloody bring it out. It blows my mind every time, but you can see where the rest of these ones go. The next one actually talks about the bolt pistol itself. The hand cannon that we're looking forward to getting is from Blizzy. It states, honestly, if the bolt pistol isn't medium or heavy pen, but light pen, I might flip my desk. Now, I am really hoping that this is going to be a heavy pen. It can sit alongside the Senator, and it can be a really, really helpful tool, or it could not be, and we could have it at a medium pen. I don't think that Warhammer's 40k, the designers of it, are going to allow it. Game Workshop are not going to allow that weapon to be a light pen weapon. This is a partnership. It's a collaboration. There's no way that they're having their lore absolutely ripped to shreds by the likes of Arrowhead Game Studios and Helldivers 2. So I think it's guaranteed to be medium, potentially maybe heavy, but the heavy is probably where we all prefer it to be, right? And this final one coming in from Greggy, which I can't actually word out normally, states, aha, 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 LMAO. There is no way they actually did an announcement to announce an announcement. I'm effing dying, these devs. Yeah, I know, man. It's just almost like they're trying to utilize this as marketing, although the marketing doesn't seem to be ramping in the same way. It doesn't seem to be ramping in the right way. I don't know, dude. It just baffles me every time I have to sit here in front of the microphone and explain what it is that they're doing, because I don't even understand it myself. Nonetheless, that's unfortunately we've got time for today. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, appreciate you, and as always, I'll see you in the battles.
bad. Not bad.
Of the Geheimnisvoll Abwehrmacht first tested their combat capabilities on the northern front of the Spanish Civil War, operating under the guise of logistical and intelligence support for the Condor Legion. From Templar records, they learned of the legend of the Firstborn. Psychic investigations conducted among the dunes of Alkali confirmed the accounts, and as soon as the conflict began,
come map with you for
excavations
like
were
maps.
launched among the ruins.
Yeah, sure. Feel free.
My guy is meant to be a currency bot. So you have to kill the bosses.
That's fine. I mean, I will not be the one killing it. My servants will. But don't worry, I can trust them more than myself.
He'll kill all the other mobs.
Yeah,
But you kill the big mobs.
big mobs, oh, no problem. I have a guy with a huge fucking crystal for that.
This is all we have.
You left it?
Let me restart client.
Sure.
Gold is useless to me. Take it. Time is of the essence.
This one. Quiver, quiver, quiver. My friend would say quipper. There is no P in quiver. But sure. Quipper it is. Yeah, that's the guy with the 3 ring slots, right? So he boosts magic find, right? That's what I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah, can you enter this map or I have to start anew?
I have like MF.
Damn! Damn!
I can enter.
Yeah, sure. Come in. Come in, come in. It's a bunch of yellow things. I usually sell them. That's the... Let me find my right. Yeah. There is a skill gem. Yeah, I think I cleared the map, basically. Sure. Fuck you and your stampede. There you go.
Ludamoches no Java.
Thanks for
Thanks
the
for following.
follow. Yup. I got knocked out. Ah! I don't know. You see those guys on the cliffs? I hate fighting this guy. He's not the problem. The guys poking you with spears, they are the problem. I don't know about this. I hate fighting this boss. He's retarded. The only normal way to do it is like hide in the corner.
Okay, I have to leave.
You have to
I
leave.
can't fight him.
Yeah, it's fine.
My guy can't do damage.
I can. It's no problem, but or my crew can, but as I say, the boss
He
is
can only do culling strike.
yeah, on like weaker mobs, so he's like wave clearing force,
I will make use of this.
something like that, right? No. Out of all the bosses, I want them to rework it's this one, because he bombards you with the fucking spears off screen and you're dead most of the time. I had the worst experience fighting him. No. No way. Let's play this one. Do you mind burned ground? This isn't an issue.
Nope.
Yeah, it's fine.
Doesn't matter. Luke,
Wait,
welcome to my
wait,
channel.
it's the same boss. So I wanted to progress upward. So let's speedrun this map. Let me select something that's like a normal. Let's just speedrun this map. I don't want to boost it. Because the boss is retarded, I'm gonna make it as simple as possible. Let's speedrun him. If you don't boost the map, he's usually not a problem. When you boost the map, the more you fight against him, yeah, go try to find the boss. Go Chocobo, go Chocobo, go. I know there is one support gem that can basically give you immunity to light stun. I think it was yeah, we found him. Let's go. I hate this. I hate this fucking thing. And now he found me again. And I have to stay here at the edge so I don't get sniped by his motherfuckers. And we're good. Yeah. Waystone. J talisman, whatever. Let's move out. What a dumb boss. He's not dumb, he's just retarded. Okay, sure. Oh yeah, do you want me to show you something? Yo, check this out. Oh, let me see. Whisper.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It is. It is. It's not even cool. It's just like
This is only half.
oh fuck. If you don't mind being only physical, it's the best. And I think the pure physical damage is probably your best bet. So how do I do this? How do I go around this place? You can go like this. Probably. Go.
You can't do that yet.
Wait, but it did let me put the stuff inside. You mean
You have to go up north first.
here? Up
to
here?
do the quest.
Which fucking quest? How do I go this? Northern Abyssal Wounds. What is that?
Yeah,
More
you have to go that way first.
up here?
Olivia is back. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, whatever. Sure.
Yep, that's just next to where you were.
I guess
Not that one. At the abyss area.
the Abyss area. The Abyss area.
So from TEH abyss,
From the
you have to travel to the north node.
north node. This is the north node. To the temple
Yeah, along that green river.
along the Green River. Oh. And dump. Dump. Is this it?
As in north of that.
I don't get it.
One map north of that.
Yeah, I see. So maybe I needed to click that because I never interact with that shit. So north. Oh, I can. Maybe it was bugged. Maybe I needed to do that.
Yep, that one.
A lot of the nodes you don't really see. You have to like click like a maniac. I hate that. Oh, I seen this. And I think I got all of that. Maybe not the ring. Sure. So it's a pretty good drop. Thanks. Now I know why I never get off the horse. You wanna play the temple? If we play the temple, you're not gonna play 3 to 4 maps, I promise you.
I'm no good at temple.
No, I did like 10 temples. I'm pretty good, trust me. I'm like a temple master.
This build is bad for temple, I think. Because mostly rarest.
Yeah, it is a catch. Is the temple bugged? Can you interact with it?
Something exciting.
Are you putting stuff inside? This is your temple. 100%. Right? Or mine? I don't know. Bugged?
I can't.
It's bugged. It's bugged. It
I
allowed
don't
us.
have enough.
Yeah, same. I got 1 out of 6. But for some reason it opened the portal. Like it's beyond me why I could do that. I don't know. Desecrated jawbone. Wanted to buy a couple of those for crafting, 1 or 2, but the prices are a bit expensive for something that I suspect people just use to make like a fucking scepter or whatever. And to make a scepter that they won't even use, they're just gonna resell it. Bah. Yeah, it's that way. Wow. God damn, holy mother of hell. Whatever. What's here? I guess we came here for money. think you have that thing that shared the I haven't seen this guy in a while. Before I used to meet him like very often, and now nice.
OOF my game lag.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
Do you want me to quit or finish the map? This is shit, by the way. I guess more stuff drops, but my magic find is kind of shit, so the more stuff isn't really, in my case, isn't really that good. Oh, well, I did it. Oops, I did it again. Yeah, I like these guys. They just spawn next to you and smack you with their fists. Like, how good is that? It's kind of super easy to get 1k points. Couple of times the game already told me like, oh, you cannot go any lower than this, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll just buy it like this. See, why not just buy it? I don't know. Because sometimes it's just easier to put them on like a sale. I also think the game is confused to keep in track all the stuff that I discounted. Some stuff costed me like I don't know, 10 points or something, I forgot. So the bird is a boss. Damn! Yeah, I know what you mean, like the game would just slow down to like a halt, or like the lag spike would be like horrendous. And the only thing you could do is just die.
That lag spike made me run straight into the boss.
Yeah, that's why I use the bird. To just skadoodle around. Never seen boots like this.
Even though I have like KS.
Yeah, the energy shield doesn't really matter if they intend to kill you. Sorry to say. Like my fucking minions, like hitting couple of times. Like you see the big monkey, he does a critical.
Too quit. Welcome to my channel. Hello, are you playing SC or HC? SC.
I don't do hardcore. Like, let me explain you why. It's against my religion. So I don't do hardcore because it's retarded. This game is online. This is online game. Every time your internet spikes.
Against your religion.
Yes, against my gamer religion, you know, my Jedi religion. So if this were like offline game, let's see, like a Last Epoch that has offline mode, where
You want
only
some currency in quieting the league. New Pro League starts tonight.
you want some currency in quitting. Oh no, 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 no. Ask my friend from the chat. He might want it. All good, all good. No, that would be too easy. Like, what's the point of playing if somebody just give you stuff? My friend in chat actually donated me a couple of items. Oh my god, okay, sure. A couple of really nice items like a scepter for minions. No, 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 no. Thanks. Thank you, kind stranger. So is it like a reset or something?
It's not Alec, please take it.
Nope. Yeah, no. No, I refuse. I refuse. Thanks. It's not because I'm a good guy, it's just because I've seen this. Get out of here. It's because I don't like shortcuts. Any shortcuts. I guess him.
Respect.
Well, sometimes people will like randomly help me with like one thing or two, but having like straight up currency, I don't know. Thanks.
Are there nothing we pack already?
Thanks. What is there yet to do? One more.
No, not currency, a gem.
A gem. A gem. Pearl gem. I got most of the stuff that I need. Thanks.
Lineage support.
Yeah, thanks. You mean the one that gives you the lineage support? I have most of the gems. Where is this? Where is this thing? Am I stupid? One ritual, two ritual. What is the third ritual?
You don't want a Rocky 8 task flow.
The one that reduces damage, like the amount of damage that gets shaved off your minion health. What did you say it's called? No. I'll just find it. Thanks, man.
Inverts elemental resistances.
No, all good. Okay, sure, bird. Here it is. And there we go. Suck a doodle cock. Yeah, right. Right. All right. I don't know even what happened. He did like a one tick of damage, and then after that, toop toop, 2-3. Retarded word. I was so close to leveling up. Eh. Well. I got all this and more. I got even this. Oh boy. Bunch of random loot. The only thing good is this job bones.
I really want to give it away. You can sell it if you want. No one will take it from me.
No. Thanks. Thanks. I flat out refuse. It feels bad to exploit anybody. That guy in chat also, he was no. I already kind of fucked it up because I accepted his donation. I didn't know what he's gonna do, but no.
You leave me no choice then.
Yeah, I know. I'm a kind of bad
Too
person.
legit to quit. Thanks for subscribing.
Yeah. Sorry and thanks again. Sorry for quitting. Hope you have a fun time with stuff you want to do.
I'll take it from ya.
Well, talk to him. Not to me. He wants to quit, not me. He wants to quit out, so, you know. I hate the fucking clubs and maces. I hate it. Like, when will they like introduce like a normal weapon? Like a sword or a dagger. You know? It's like a normal weapon. Like, don't even put like a club, put just like a piece of wood. Call it a day. Don't even bother with making the club look nice. Retarded bird. There you go. That's what you get. Yeah, there are a couple of like annoying bosses attacks, and you just like, depending where they land in boss arena, it's sure that it's mostly unavoidable. I can't live with this. This is no big deal. I need to finish this, so whatever. So you brought a dreadnought? That's like a $200 edition of the game. Bloody hell. This is just a joke. That's it. you think? Thanks for your help and sorry that one of us died, you know. Sometimes it's just like random bullshit and like that guy is asking me do I play hardcore. Why would I play hardcore on like online game? Like I don't have NASA PC with like you know, stationed in like next to the ISP in I don't know Hamburg or something. It's not that good of an internet and the servers are not that also, you know, super stable. It's just madness. Maybe offline game, yeah, I guess you could try, you know. But hardcore in online game, brother, no. Unless the game has an offline mode, no way. We can debate about that. Like, I've seen the fucking queen die in the, was it Diablo 3? Because the game just decided to lag. And the man lost the character. Like, what can you do? I guess I'll just like take like a skill that gives me like a immunity, like once or twice, and just hope that will save my ass. Right. No. Where did we go?
The Germans intended to locate the Sumerian temple mentioned in the
Man
ancient
left.
texts. The excavation was placed under the command of Fräulein Hanne Lichthammer, leader of a psychic squadron. Lichthammer was the very embodiment of Teutonic beauty, tall and slender, with blue eyes and blonde hair, but with a heart as black and cold as winter. From an early age, she displayed a pronounced tendency towards sadism and destruction. Lichthammer possessed telepathic abilities and could both read and control the minds of others. She was recruited by the army as an interrogator and torturer, a role that allowed her to refine her talents to horrifying perfection. Lichthammer never attempted to conceal her sadomasochistic and self-destructive impulses. She delighted in experiencing pain and in inflicting suffering upon others. As a psychic, however, she was not content merely to torment the flesh. Hannah preferred to destroy the mind itself. Countless stories circulated about the atrocities she forced upon those whose wills she had broken. Mothers made to devour their own children alive, men compelled to carve their own bodies apart, and all of it accomplished without Lichthammer laying so much as a finger upon them. She finally encountered a worthy adversary in Blackwatch. The black patch covering one of her eyes is a souvenir from that confrontation with Jericho's wartime predecessors. Lichthammer possesses a power known as the Jump, which allows her to teleport across short distances. After studying the nature of the box, she also learned to control its flies. Through them, she can summon soldiers of the Geheimnisvoll Abwehrmacht to her side whenever she requires their assistance. Machine Gunner. A machine gunner is a super soldier of the Geheimnisvoll Abwehrmacht. The young volunteers serving under Hanne Lichthammer were dragged into the abyss after their commander, where they suffered a fate far worse than death. The nature of this reality, combined with Lichthammer's psychic abilities, played a cruel trick upon them, fusing their weapons permanently with their bodies. 2 or 3 volunteers were merged together to create a single super soldier, powerful, durable, and lethally effective, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal. The tormented minds of the victims sank into an unconscious state, where they merged into a shared consciousness that allowed Lichthammer to control her soldiers telepathically. One of the creature's limbs has been replaced by a 6-barreled 30mm machine gun. Its massive frame allows it to carry an enormous supply of ammunition. A machine gunner does not simply charge into the open. Instead, it attempts to close the distance while using barricades and other obstacles as cover. Once it reaches a secure firing position, it unleashes a devastating barrage. Aim for its head, which is not protected by a helmet, or attack the vulnerable area on its back. Flamethrower. The Wehrmacht's clearing units were also drawn into the abyss, along with the rest of Lichthammer's forces. Like the heavy infantrymen, a flamethrower is an amalgamation of several human bodies fused with metal. One of its arms has been replaced by a powerful flamethrower capable of projecting a stream of combustible gel across distances of up to 100 meters. Allowing a flamethrower to get close is almost certainly fatal. Keep these creatures at a distance whenever possible. They do not rush blindly into battle. Instead, they advance cautiously, searching for suitable cover before closing in on their target. Shoot the fuel tank, and the creature will burst into flames before exploding. Be careful. Once ignited, it will charge directly toward the squad. Put as much distance between yourself and the burning monster as possible before it detonates. Grenadier. The Germans chose not to transport conventional artillery to Alkali, fearing that it would attract unwanted attention. Instead, they deployed a motorized infantry unit equipped with mortars, intended to discourage raiders and Bedouins from approaching the settlement. Lichthammer's former grenadiers are now quite literally packed with explosives. At long range, they bombard their enemies using a mortar fused into their backs. They avoid direct confrontations, preferring to remain behind barricades and gradually advance from one protected position to another. It would be a serious mistake, however, to assume that they are helpless at close range. Their arms have been replaced with razor-sharp machete-like blades capable of cutting apart anyone foolish enough to approach them. The safest strategy is to maintain a medium distance and remain constantly on the move. And now, at last, we arrive in the modern era. Arnold Leach. Arnold Leach was recruited into the Department of Occult Warfare in 1962 as an invoker. A scholar of arcane lore and forbidden texts, Leach had spent his entire life obsessed with ancient gods and beings that had existed long before the birth of mankind. He had no moral scruples when it came to achieving his goals, and it soon became clear that the knowledge and resources made available to him by the Tao had turned him into a threat to the very people he was supposedly meant to protect. After several operations ended in catastrophic failure, Arnold Leach was expelled from the department. In secret, the DOW authorized his elimination. The assassination attempt ended in a bloodbath. Leach had most likely been warned in advance. In the middle of a crowded shopping center in Dallas, he tore open several rifts in local space-time. Nightmarish abominations poured through the resulting gateways, spreading chaos and destruction throughout the building. Hundreds of civilians were killed, along with several Jericho operatives. For a time, Leach was believed to have died in the carnage, or to have been dragged into another dimension by his own spell. Several years later, the Brotherhood of the Dark Rapture emerged. At first, the organization attracted little attention. After all, apocalyptic cults are hardly uncommon in the modern world. No one initially connected its meticulously planned ritual executions and elaborate murders with the waves of coordinated atrocities taking place across the globe. An investigation eventually revealed the truth. Arnold Leach had returned. No one knows exactly what Leach hoped to accomplish through these atrocities. His sacrifices did not resemble conventional ritual offerings. It is possible that he was preparing some form of tantric invocation, requiring the gradual accumulation of karmic energy, which could then be released all at once to fuel an immensely powerful summoning. Considering Arnold Leach's fanatical desire to bring about the return of the Firstborn, his appearance in Alkali can mean only one thing: disaster. Cultist. The followers of the Brotherhood of the Dark Rapture may be insane, but they are far from stupid. Their ranks include mentalists, occultists, and invokers, all utterly devoted to the coming of the Firstborn. Under the careful guidance of Arnold Leach, they carried out ritual murders and attacks in different parts of the world at precisely calculated times, accumulating an enormous amount of negative karma. The culmination of their work was the ritual performed among the ruins of Alkali. After destroying Outpost Vigil from within, the cultists gathered at the ritual fault and inflicted horrific wounds and mutilations upon one another in a carefully calculated sequence, eventually dying in unimaginable agony. When Leach died, all the karma he had accumulated was released at once, producing an electromagnetic pulse and a psychic wave that swept across the entire world. After being absorbed into the box, the cultists mutilated and reshaped their bodies to intensify their pain. Their suffering became a symbol of their submission to the Firstborn. Death held no power over them, and centuries of unending agony transformed them into even more dangerous madmen than they had been in life. They replaced their severed limbs with sharpened objects, while their agility and tenacity only continued to increase. Because cultists are almost impervious to pain, the most effective strategy is to aim directly for their heads. Exploding cultist. The cultists did not commit suicide merely by cutting and mutilating their own flesh. They also used chemical and bacteriological weapons to intensify their suffering and improve the quality of their ritual deaths. Their newly corrupted bodies are covered in infected pustules and constantly emit highly volatile poisonous gases. Approaching these creatures is extremely dangerous. In close combat, they wield a sharp hook. They can also tear open their own abdominal cavities, releasing the unstable gases inside before setting themselves alight and causing a lethally powerful explosion. Exploding cultists can be eliminated easily by shooting the pustules that regulate their internal gases.
Cool.
Just make sure they are still a safe distance away when they detonate. Flying cultist. By the grace of the Firstborn, Arnold Leach himself assumed this form. The creature's sinister wings are formed from skin peeled away from their backs and twisted sections of their exposed spines. To overcome the pull of gravity, flying cultists have stripped their bodies of everything unnecessary: internal organs, bones, and other excess mass. Even then, they still require a small psychokinetic impulse to lift themselves from the ground. In close combat, flying cultists attack with the claws on their hands and feet. At long range, they launch lethal barbs at their enemies. They also carry shields with which they protect themselves from incoming fire. To destroy a flying cultist, aim for its exposed head. They are also highly vulnerable to Ababinili's flames.
Falling off at this point. You know, I think what all this means is that these developers just need to surrender to the idea that you're just not going to hold on to all these players forever. They're just way too many games, man. Way too many games. There's so much for us to be able to do that eventually your player counts are going to fall. And when you struggle and you flail to try to hold on to everybody, the only thing you're going to do is hurt your game. That's all that's going to happen, because the content itself is just going to end up lacking quality and a legit direction to go in. I think that's what we're seeing with a lot of these games, a lack of identity in a lot of cases. And the other thing is, and this is probably the biggest one to be honest with you, stop aiming for the masses. Stop aiming for these massive audiences.
Thank you.
Find a niche and then just solo into it as hard as you possibly can. Look at games like Counter-Strike or
That's why WoW really fell far from grace too. I think that it's like a multiplicative effect, because World of Warcraft was created for a casual audience that ran away from EverQuest, because EverQuest is still really popular for like a fucking 30-year-old game. I think EverQuest came out in like 1995 or some shit, right? 1999 maybe. But my point is like, boomers still play EverQuest, and the reason World of Warcraft was even invented, or like people even talked about World of Warcraft, is that those people that made WoW came from EverQuest, a vast majority. WoW was for nerds. It wasn't even that. No, I don't think you're understanding my point. Is that like the multiplicative of like, yes, WoW was in general for everybody, and it was for nerds, but it was for everybody that was a nerd that loved to play video games. Is that EverQuest was too difficult, and they definitely dumbed it down. Now that they're like basically making it for everybody and nobody at the same time. At the start, WoW was casual, yes, and eventually they're like, oh well, I think it was around about like Kata or like Wrath, maybe towards the end of Wrath. No, I think it was Kata. Kata heroic dungeons were fucking brutal. And I remember a lot of people quit to go play Wildstar, and then that died. But Kata dungeons were so fucking hard, and the raids were super duper fucking hard. I think that's when they started making it towards like harder content. Yeah, and a lot of people quit.
Frame or Path of Exile, these games didn't get huge or didn't get bigger by widening themselves and chasing every single trend under the sun. They're not using extraction shooters. They're not using any of that kind of stuff. They
Gorlock or some shit.
Got better at beating themselves. And because of that, well, the audiences that they already had loved the game and just rave about the game, and eventually they start attracting other people in. That's what happened with me in Path of Exile. I just could not stop hearing about people telling me how much better it was than Diablo, and eventually I gave the game a shot. Sure enough, it's a lot better than Diablo.
Yeah, it is. It truly is. It's a lot more fun. It's a lot more interesting. Sunwell First Trash Group used to wipe entire raid teams in seconds. Yeah, because people were fucking bad. That's why. That's when the game was out for like 3 to 4 years. That's why people wiped on Sunwell. People were fucking. It was overtuned, sure, but like overall, it was not hard. The bosses and the fucking mob trash had maybe 1 to 2 mechanics. Now a boss fight has like fucking 15 mechanics, and then like 20 mechanics on Mythic. That's the problem. People don't want to fucking do it anymore. They're tired, and it's the same shit all the time. What is it? Lich King has like what? He has the sections, he has the freezes, he has the push off. Like that was already really hard for like not bad players, but like for the average player. I think if you go over like 5 to 6, maybe even 7 mechanics, fuck. I think that's when you start to make it difficult for like the vast majority, like the casual players.
But you know, I'd actually go to say that I think that the wild successes that we've seen with some of these live service games specifically over the past couple of years might actually be to their detriment. It actually might be the worst thing that happens to these guys, because if you start out small and build slow, continuing to build an audience update after update, well,
people just want explosive growth, and that's just not realistic. People think these fucking corpos think that everybody's Fortnite, everybody's WoW. WoW was a sensational fucking lightning in a bottle moment. I don't think anybody's even recreated it. I don't think even fucking Fortnite recreated what it was in terms of like popularity.
Well, like you actually have room to grow in that case, right? That's what you've seen with some of these games. I think even like No Man's Sky is a really good example of that. Well, that obviously has like a big comeback story. At the exact same time, they started off small, had a really dedicated core community, and then the game just continued to get bigger and bigger
was
with
like
each
that.
update, and how happy the fan base was. And
Fortnite did? No, it did not. Fortnite did not. Fortnite 100% overdid that? No, you don't understand. You don't understand without me talking about it and trying to prove you wrong. Fortnite didn't start off as a mega success in the first, like, 3 months of launch. It didn't. World of Warcraft blew the fuck up to the point where they literally couldn't play the game. That's what I mean. I'm not saying it didn't succeed. I think Fortnite is one of the most popular, most amazing games that, and I know people are gonna be like, oh no, Alana, you're just saying that. No, it actually is a really good game. I meant that Fortnite had to work itself up. I think that World of Warcraft struck gold in just being there when it happened and being a good game. I understand you saying from the start. Okay, well, yeah, maybe I had to reiterate myself. But what I was trying to say is that Fortnite grew in success gradually. WoW, Blizzard, was already an established company, and people expected it to be good because Blizzard's polish was already amazing at that point. They already had Diablo 2, they had StarCraft, they had, Diablo 2, StarCraft, Warcraft. Like, they already had insanely successful games, so they already were ahead of Epic Games or whoever the fuck made Fortnite initially. I don't remember, but you know what I mean? Yeah, it started off as being like a game that was just for fun for Fortnite, and then it blew up.
etc. It just kind of spread like wildfire in that case. And I think you see that with a lot of these other games. But if you start at the top, well, what's your next destination? It's definitely not going to be the top. You're going down, and then what ends up happening is you start seeing the dead game paradox kick in.
No, number go down. My millions of dollars invested at freaking sloppy Blizzard PP. No, that's bad.
Where all of a sudden everybody else just starts leaving because they see other people that are leaving. So they don't want to waste their time. They don't want to invest their time in a game they think is probably going to die, so they just pack up their bags and move on to the next one.
Yep.
I think the picture of what live service or what live service success looks like is completely changed over the years. Or maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's always been the same, but these guys just try to build a completely different one. But this idea that they're going to make this game that's going to like instantly blow up and just turn out millions of dollars every single week.
It's not.
It's just not going to happen anymore.
No. It didn't even happen with the most amazing games. It's just not fucking possible. Like, even Blizzard, they had sucky games that people didn't play, and then, like, they hit gold, and then they hit gold again, and then they hit their big golden goose with WoW. And then they built off of that to make other games, obviously. Like, it's just crazy to me. Like, people don't understand gaming history, and it pisses me off. Not from, like, lack of ignorance, because some people just don't know, but, like, these corpos are supposed to know so that they can make money, and they just don't fucking use their brain. That's what pisses me off. Where's Heroes of the Storm now? You know what's fucking funny? I'm gonna say it. I think Heroes of the Storm could have been an amazing game, but they didn't have the money that they wanted, so they fucking killed it. They invested so much money into the esports side when it could have been the perfect casual MOBA. And I stand by that. I think it was the perfect baby's first MOBA game. League is too hard. It really is. Like, at least fucking League at the start was really easy because it was like basic and it was supposed to be like an answer to Dota, which it was. It was a far easier Dota, but it was such a good game for like a friend. Say you have a friend that doesn't know how to fucking play a MOBA, and you say, okay, we're not gonna play League, we're not gonna play Dota, we're not gonna play Han, we're gonna launch up Heroes of the Storm, and it's literally babies. You know, you have little talent points, and you have like 3 abilities, and its 4th ability is like super big, and it's on a short cooldown. Like, it doesn't matter. Mana doesn't even fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they killed it because they invested a bunch of money into the esports. They killed that, and then they said, oh, whoopsies, we ran out of money. Now we're gonna kill the game, and it's on permanent graveyard duty. It's like, it's so fucking embarrassing. It makes me so sad. And by the way, I can say this too because I love Dota and I loved League at some point a lot, like to death. And I really liked Heroes of the Storm. I think it had an amazing place for like casual gaming, where you could make friends and bring friends in to like enjoy a game, even if like MOBAs didn't, even if they weren't into MOBAs.
The version that is successful is slow and steady. I think that's the way to win the race in this case, but that's not what these guys want.
Genshin?
It's not nearly
Are they talking about gotchas? Are you okay?
attractive.
I ain't
It's
talking
definitely
about
not gonna be able to
gachas.
sell it to shareholders, and honestly, it's probably going to scare a lot of these guys off.
Genshin's is by Hoyo Universe.
actually
It's
probably
fucking got millions of dollars.
Tell me what you guys think. What do you guys think? What state is your favorite live service game in? Is it doing good? Is it doing bad? Are you a part of one of
really
these
bad.
games that I mentioned today that
Not
are
good.
slowly but
Terrible.
surely on the rise?
Nope.
I'm happy to be a part of many of their communities.
I like
think they're
PoE,
absolutely
that's about it.
fantastic. But thank you guys for watching the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video
Hoyo
with your
Universe,
friends.
Hoyoverse,
Follow me
whatever.
on Twitch,
fuck.
follow me on Twitter, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
Family, 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 family. Oh gosh, that's a good one. That's a good one. There you go. Enjoy the video. Thanks, Legendary Drops, for letting me rant over your video. I enjoy it. Yeah, I don't know what the future looks like. He says, guys, I think it's finally over. I don't know. I don't know. But I know what it's gonna be. It's not gonna be another 50 like live service games. There's not gonna be like a league answer. I don't think Riot MMO is gonna do great, just based off of things that I've seen so far. But like, maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I think that era's ending. I think we might actually start getting games again in the next 10 years. And I know 10 years sounds like a long time, and it fucking is. But like, you know, it's better than nothing, I suppose.
One tap me. Oh boy.
What is it? Yes. Speak. This is all we have. A fool and his coin soon parted. I will make use of this. Gold is useless to me. Take it. Indeed. Speak. Hello. Robin.
Okay then, Helldivers, we are back. We've got loads to go over today as the Void seems to be expanding over to Hayes Bay, and this is a big one as the storyline around the Void is literally unknown and we have no idea what's going on with it, but I feel like it's going to play quite a big role over future months here inside of the game. We've also got to talk about the Baskonator as she responded to a lot of things, including the concern of the latest War Bond not actually making an appearance. We're going to be taking a look at the holidays and seeing when it is that that actually ends, as we've now got that piece of information, and we're going to be taking a look at the dev streams and so much more, including pre-order items. Yeah, I know, it's been a long time since we spoke about those. That being said, though, we're going to dive into all the info you guys need to know today. If you haven't already, smash that beautiful like button and subscribe with post notifications with turned on. It'd be greatly appreciated. Make sure you check out our incredible sponsor, GamerSupps, company that offer esports athletes and gamers alike the most effective and healthy energy drink option, and they offer copium to all Helldivers alike by the link in the description. Using code CloudPlays at checkout will get you a cheeky discount. Not only that, but we've got the giveaway going on for free super credits. If you want to get involved with it, it's so damn simple. Keep an eye on the screen. A random emoji will turn up at some stage. Hit that down in the comment section, like and share the video, and it will enter you in. That being said, let's dive into the game and see what's happening right now inside of the world of Helldivers 2. So starting off, we are obviously inside of the major order where we have hammered down Wezen, and this one has solidified the MO with a day remaining on the clock. We have got two attacks right now, one of them on Yed Prior, which is the major order hold. We need to make sure that we're holding it with this attack ending in 22 hours and the actual major order ending in 24 hours. I'm calling upon all Helldivers to head over to Yed Prior currently, or if you want to be going in for the Gambit, then we do have Blistica, but it doesn't seem like anyone's doing that with the high resistance. So it's an intriguing one. We've also still got the attack going on over on Charbel with 45 minutes remaining. It seems like we have lost that one big time. Nobody really seems to care about that. But what you guys may well care about is the Exostorm advisory, as a Category 1 Exostorm has been detected over on Hes Bay, blanketing the planet in violent celestial superstorms. These unnatural atmospheric anomalies threaten to disrupt our current operations. High Command demands absolute operational resilience in the face of these severe environmental hazards. Helldivers defend Hes Bay to nullify the Exostorm before it can worsen. Now, we do have a small array of Helldivers over on Hes Bay with the level 100 resistance and the appropriators actually running rampant over there, but overall I don't think that it's going to be happening. Now that we get rewards for the campaigns, it appears that all Helldivers are pretty much just down to the major order, because realistically that's what gets us to the rewards. Arrowhead should really know that, man, so putting these things in are just like a deterrence, which probably won't work, which will mean that this is just going to expand even further, and the void is going to cause so many bloody problems. Nonetheless, though, we have got to take a look at what it is that's going on in the background, as the Baskonator responded to a load of your comments just yesterday with regards to quite a lot, actually. Although I would love to say that she actually gives a lot of really well-detailed answers, this one wasn't the case at this time around. Somebody was asking, will there be any word concerning the war bond situation? And she just said yes, but she doesn't know when. So as to when that's actually ever going to make an appearance, we don't know. I think at this point it is pretty much safe to say that the war bond was meant to be the FRV war bond, and they scrapped it down to the Exo Experts response. Obviously they left that one till last minute, but fingers crossed that they actually get something with regards to that very soon, as unfortunately we are still yet to hear any information with regards to it. Not only that, but people wondering if people were on summer break over at Arrowhead. Now, we obviously know already that not the entire team is on summer break. They send off half of the team, and the rest of them take them at different times. Now, obviously, that has not been the case all of the time, but it is obviously taking a bit of an impact with half the team missing currently. Baskonator stated, oh, right, well, Mitch and a bunch of other people on a short break, and they are actually back next week. I'm working a few short weeks, but I'm still working. Now, obviously, there is going to be a bit of a time lapse point on that one, with people not actually being in the office, but with them all returning next week, fingers crossed that leads to a positive outcome, and hopefully we can start getting some of the announcements and the changes happening to the game at that stage. As I'm sure, like a lot of you guys, everybody's kind of thinking that this has been a very, very slow few weeks for Arrowhead's Helldivers too, especially as we roll into the summer break period. Not only that, but we do kind of lack the communication that they've been talking so highly about, and people are wanting the dev streams back. We've seen it happen to a lot of games, and it works really, really well. We can see it inside of so many games in the same genre, and fingers crossed they start doing it, because Baskonator states that they're trying to get those running again this year. It might just be me and Mitch playing Helldivers though, so it doesn't seem like there's going to be any interviews. I'd like to say that the one that led to that one going south is probably the one with Nicolas, where he actually ended up talking about the coyote during the live stream, and since that point I don't think that we've really had many come in through the midst after that stage. They've not really been too loved by the development studio. Maybe that's a Sony move, I don't know. But fingers crossed, Bask and Mitch can come back and start answering some questions and getting a bit more communicative in terms of the community manager role with the rest of you guys. Not only that though, but we've got to talk about quite a lot of other things, one of which is the pre-order armors, and my lord, I didn't think I'd ever hear that get spoke about again, as we were essentially meant to receive those at some stage, and they were meant to make a return for those people who didn't get them. That was pretty much a promise that was made about a year ago now. Somebody asked about it and asked if we're getting them at some point, and the Baskonator said yes. Well, I haven't been told any dates or info about how it will work though. I would like to know myself. I'll bring it back up with the big wigs. So yeah, we're kind of hoping on a bit of information with regards to that one. Unfortunately, Baskonator is not aware of those either. So yet again, another kind of question mark amongst some content that we have been promised previously and yet still never received. But a lot of you guys may well be wondering, as the feedback forms have been running rife every single week, as they usually do, and a lot of people right now have a lot of frustrations. Somebody actually asked if they were curious to know about these surveys, whether they contain more of the frustrating feedback, or is it just generally positive? And this one intrigued me a lot because I think that the community right now is quite solidly split on two sides of the fence. There's not really many people just sat in the medium. They're all just either really frustrated with the direction of the game or absolutely love it within an inch of its life, so that no matter what it doesn't do anything wrong. And that, unfortunately, is where the community lies when it comes to this game. But the Baskonator made a statement and states that the surveys tend to have very thoughtful stuff in them. The folks who take the time to fill those out tend to be our most engaged players, like the people who play multiple times a week, if not every day. So they get into the real nitty-gritty stuff, which is super fun. There's plenty of frustration, but it's always shared in a very meticulous way. Now, I do find that extremely hard to believe, as my comment section with regards to the frustrations in this game don't seem to be, well, meticulous, to say the least. And not only that, though, but I do find it a little bit frustrating that they are stating that the people who are filling out the feedback forms are the ones that are the most engaged players. I don't really see that to being the case. A lot of people don't even have anything to do with social media, whether it is on Twitter or X or YouTube or Discord or Reddit. There are so many people that don't even know about half of the changes, and some people just watch content creators like myself and others to be able to get the information that they need, but they don't go on socials themselves. So to say that they're the most engaged players is a little bit insulting, but at the same time, I kind of understand how they would want that to come across. It does appear, though, that they would prefer the positive comments rather than the negative, but nonetheless, that's why we do what we do, to make sure that we can push across the narrative from both sides of the fence. Taking a look at your guys' top comments, though, is your guys' comments are probably the ones that matter the most in terms of this community and what it is that actually brings the game to life, if you will, because without you guys, the game has absolutely nothing. Arrowhead has no players and we have no viewers. So without you guys, all of it is worth nothing. And you guys had a lot to say in the previous video. Just yesterday we went over the huge delay with the latest war bond and the maximum amount of copium that players have actually got right now. This first one right here, coming from Viz, actually states there's nothing happening. The video rent is due. This is one of those things where unfortunately we do try and get out a massive point of trying to say that we do as much content as we possibly can here on the channel with regards to Helldivers 2, whether the news is official news or it's speculation or it's conversations with the development studios or how it is that we go about it. We try to put out something most days to be able to give you guys some sort of content and some sort of hope, I guess you can, with regards to it. There is absolutely nothing happening at the moment, and I don't really understand why that seems to be the case, but like you say, rent is due, man. You got to do what you got to do, and we'll push out and dig as much as we can to get as much info as we possibly can. It's just the reality of it, unfortunately. This next one right here, coming from Sir Reynolds, states, can't wait for the next planet vote to intercept the orbital station, only for most of the divers to vote the planet furthest away from the automaton territory. Now, yes, obviously that is happening to be the case at the moment. We obviously know that we have got the attack going on Yed Prior right now, although Hezbay actually has the Democracy Space Station. It seems to be quite a weird and wonderful movement, but yes, the Democracy Space Station has gone nowhere near the automaton sector. It is hilarious to me. I will state, though, that as it stands right now, we can see that it's not actually going to be moving anytime soon, as we have got the station moving in 8 minutes and it's going to remain on Hez Bay. So make sure you get over to Yed Prior and just push as much as you possibly can. Not only that, we've got this one right here coming in from Mango, and it states, love that the community dubbed it the ASS. Reminds me of Austin Powers. Sir, we're picking up something up on the radar. It looks like a giant. I will let you fill that blank in yourself, because I can't say that on YouTube. We do love a bit of Austin Powers here on the UK Helldivers channel. I appreciate all of you guys. I really, really do. Thank you so much for keeping this day job absolutely hilariously fun, and thank you for being so amazing. For those of you guys still interested in Arc Raiders, though, we are posting those up on a daily over on the second channel, so make sure you check the description for the Cloud News channel for the movement over there. Thanks again for watching. Like, subscribe, and as always, I'll see you in the clouds.
Never lived.
Then she tries to convince...
Never lived.
Audrey to send her own father into the cornfield, but she just can't do it. That's her dad, and she does love him after all. But while everyone is distracted, Joe grabs a trophy from a shelf nearby and almost gets the jump on Anthony. But Audrey saves him before Joe can hit him, then turns on her own grandmother and sends her to the cornfield as well. But her terror doesn't stop there, because Audrey then turns on everyone in the town. She can also read their minds, and she sees that everyone is mad at her and doesn't like her, even her friend Timmy, who she sends away without a thought. And before they know it, it's just the two of them left in the world. Alone. Even Anthony wasn't so messed up to get rid of everyone, so he is shocked. But Audrey sweetly tells him that they don't need anyone, they have each other. And then they walk back home together. Anthony serenades Audrey with some sad piano music. And for the first time ever, Anthony seems to have realized the harm that he has caused by seeing what his daughter has done. He tells Audrey that he feels a little lonely now that they're the only two left on Earth. But she knows exactly what to do to make him feel better. Then she does the stare out the window for a moment, and when she's done, a loud roar can be heard outside. Anthony runs out to see an airplane flying overhead, and you can hear animals like cows, birds, insects, all doing their natural calls. You can hear cars driving down the road. The world seems so loud now. Audrey tells Anthony that she brought everything back so he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. All the countries, cities, electricity, cars, everything he got rid of. She also asks if they can visit New York. It looks pretty nice to her. But the thought of traveling that far has Anthony a bit scared. He tells her that New York is a huge place with a lot of people, confirming that he got rid of everything because he was just scared of it. But she comforts her dad by saying,
"Yeah, and they all better be nice to us, so you know what we'll do to them."
And then Anthony admits to Audrey that he's never been anywhere but Peaksville. He doesn't know what to expect, but she assures him that they'll have a lot of fun. Then the episode ends with Forrest saying, "There's no lesson to be learned here, or moral to be taught. Just an update from Peaksville, Ohio, where Anthony and Audrey would want you to think happy thoughts."
And you better do as you're told. Otherwise, you might wind up in that cornfield, known as the Twilight Zone.
And that's the end of the episode. Honestly, a pretty great sequel episode if you ask me. I was scared to watch it because this version of the show isn't exactly talked about in high regard. It's not like bad, but not a lot of people like it. But I think they did a great job on adding on to the story without ruining what made the first one so great. Anthony is still as evil and harsh as he was as a kid, maybe even more so now. I mean, in the first 3 minutes of the episode, he set a man on fire in front of his daughter and the dude's own son. But that was something that happened in the previous episode. They just talked about it. We didn't see it.
He shouldn't have thought those bad thoughts. That's why I made him go on fire.
He also seems to have a tighter grip on the community this time around, which would make sense because he's had 40 years of tyranny over these people. He even forces everyone to watch him bowl, which I'm sure was around before Anthony was born, but it's really funny to think about him being so bored that one day he just decided to invent a bowling alley for him to cure his boredness. I do have a hard time gauging if Anthony has gained more patience or not. It seems like he has worked on his anger issues a little bit in this episode, but then sometimes it's like he isn't afraid to fly off the rails. He's definitely less likely to get mad when Audrey is around, but I think that's just true for any parent, really. You want to try and compose yourself so your kid doesn't end up having anger issues. But he does use his power over people more effectively this time around. We get a glimpse of that whenever he gets information out of Florida in the episode. But the best addition to this episode is obviously Audrey. Honestly, don't know how they could have made a sequel without having something to challenge Anthony in some way. And having that be someone like a daughter is genius. Of course, he's going to be hesitant to kill off his own kid. They also make him love her a lot. She's like his whole world in the episode. He loves her so much that he can't even stand seeing her hurt. He almost killed a kid because his daughter was hurt and the kid was around. I only wish they actually used Audrey to challenge him some more. Like, she brings back the watch and the rest of the world, undoing a few things that he did, but I think it would have been interesting to have her do that throughout the whole episode. Like, for example, he sends this person to the cornfield, and then the next day, Anthony sees that same person walking down the street. Or he's going to do some errands and he sees a car drive by him on the road one day. Have Anthony believe that his powers aren't working anymore. Or make him believe that his powers never even existed. It was all in his brain. Make him have a crisis and like believe he's losing his power or he never had powers, because then that would make him really nervous because the people will surely turn on him and hurt him if they discover his powers aren't working anymore. Maybe even keep Audrey's powers a secret from the audience until the end of the episode. In the intro monologue, Forrest told us that she didn't have any powers. So we would have believed that she didn't have any powers until the end of the episode. And imagine that twist. That twist would have hit so hard. Imagine we find out Audrey has these powers when she has that temper tantrum at the end of the episode. Well, if you can call killing everyone else on Earth a temper tantrum. I do like that Agnes tries her best to raise Audrey better than she did Anthony, because she raised her to have empathy literal empathy. And she does this by showing Audrey the wonders of the world that her father took away. A world that most people alive in this episode never even saw. Isn't that crazy? So she tries to low-key manipulate Audrey for the good of the world. Literally, once she discovers that Audrey has powers, she tries to keep Audrey as close to her as possible at all times, hoping that when the time comes, she would choose her grandma over her dad, which sadly did not happen. And of course, I love that everyone came back to reprise their role. Who knows the characters better than the people who played them originally, you know? I also really like that everything in Peaksville is really gloomy and depressing for most of the episode. It's also very quiet. There's almost no background noise at all. Maybe some wind noises here and there, but that's probably it. And it stays that way until the end of the episode when Audrey brings everything back. Then suddenly you hear all these animals and cars and it all seems so loud. It's a really cool effect. And imagine how loud it is for someone like Anthony who hasn't heard noises like that in 40 years. Or even Audrey. She's never heard noises like that ever. It's probably hella loud. I do kind of have a gripe with the ending of the episode though. Did time continue to move on even though Anthony got rid of everything? Because he got rid of the world in the late 50s, early 60s, but that's a brand new car, and that's a bigger passenger airplane. Wouldn't technology be like it was in the 50s when she brought it back? Unless they really were in some sort of alternate universe by themselves, and then Audrey just pulled them back into the real universe where time continued as normal. I did feel like the ending of this episode was a bit lackluster. The end of the last episode was quite depressing, and that's partially what made the episode so intriguing. You don't know if they're going to survive for another year because Anthony is so unpredictable. But this episode ended with Audrey and Anthony happily traveling the world. Don't get me wrong, I like happy endings, but like, come on, man. They could have ended it with them being alone in the world and Anthony kind of getting a taste of his own medicine with his own child. Maybe he can't stand just being alone with his daughter, so he contemplates sending them both to the cornfield with everyone else just so he's not lonely anymore. Imagine the episode ended with Anthony turning on his own daughter and then sending them both away and then the world is empty. But overall, the episode is great. I find it to be just as interesting as the first one, but it just didn't really stick that landing, sadly, so it's kind of forgotten. But we have one more segment to talk about, and buckle up because this one is this one's different to say the least. Also, I'm taking off this thing. It's like 90 degrees where I live and this thing is hot. I just wanted to look like Anthony in the second episode, but I can't do it. I'm sweating. In the third segment of the 1983 movie The Twilight Zone, we got another version of It's a Good Life, directed by the incredible Joe Dante and written by the equally incredible Richard Matheson, who wrote the original Nightmare at 20,000 Feet story. That's pretty crazy. Also, go check out that video if you haven't seen it yet. It's pretty awesome. I really like this video. By the way, yes, this is the movie with a tragic accident, and no, I'm not going to be talking about it in this video. But the segment is pretty long, so let's not waste any more time and get into it. And this segment starts with a ton of references, so just stick with me. I'm going to be shooting off a bunch of episodes and stuff here quickly. Just hang on. Hang on for the ride for a second. It's gonna go crazy. The segment starts with a woman named Helen Foley, which is a reference to the Twilight Zone episode Nightmare as a Child. She stops at a diner because she got lost on her way to a place called Willoughby, which is a reference to the episode A Stop at Willoughby. She's from a town called Homewood, which is a town in the episode Walking Distance. But luckily, this kind man named Walter knows exactly how to help her. He tells her that she missed a turn off of Cliffordville, and that's a reference to the episode Of Late I Think of Cliffordville.
Half mile down the road is a gas station. That's Beaumont.
And Beaumont is a reference to Charles Beaumont, who wrote a lot of the episodes of the original show. He actually wrote the episode A Stop at Willoughby. And while he gives her directions on her way back to Willoughby, this little boy is causing a ruckus while playing this arcade machine. The machine is also messing up the TV in the diner, which is pissing off his clientele, aka Bill Mumy in a short cameo appearance, because one of the guys bet $20 on this boxing match that the kid is screwing up. So the guy decides the kid needs to learn a lesson. So he shoves the poor kid to the ground and unplugs the arcade cabinet. Thankfully, Helen saves the kid from being beaten too badly before he runs out of the diner embarrassed. Seeing what kind of company this diner keeps, Helen angrily packs her things to leave the diner. Thankfully, Walter doesn't charge her for the coffee because of the little tussle she got in. And then Bill Mumy's character gives us a little nod at the original episode.
That was real good.
But Helen peels out of the parking lot so fast that she hits the kid. Oh my God! Jesus, Helen, watch where you're going! Thankfully, the kid is okay, and she offers to take him home since she messed up his bike wheel. Also, another little fun fact, this is the same bike that was used in the E.T. movie. There's even a little sticker on the side of it somewhere. On the way to his house, we learn that the kid's name is Anthony, and today is his birthday. But sadly, his family forgot, because they don't really like him. But that's okay, because Anthony made a new friend today in Helen. Soon after their conversation, they make it to his house, where the loudest squirrel in the world is outside. Shut up! Inside, we see Anthony's Uncle Walt and his sister Ethel watching cartoons, and they are very into it. They just can't hold in their excitement. As soon as they hear the front door close, they quickly shoot up off the couch to greet Anthony, changing their mood drastically from one of boredom to one of excitement. Also, Ethel is probably a reference to the wife of Dan in the original episode. Her name was also Ethel, except she's his sister in the segment, not a resident of the town.
She's also played by Nancy Cartwright, who is the voice of Bart Simpson, and you can really tell sometimes in this segment.
And his Uncle Walt is an obvious reference to Walt Disney, who popularized cartoons, which is very important to this segment, and was referred to as Uncle Walt sometimes.
And he's played by the famous Kevin McCarthy, who's in a ton of stuff, but he was in a Twilight Zone episode called Long Live Walter Jameson.
Anthony introduces Helen to everyone in the house, including his mom and dad. Helen tells everyone about their little accident at the diner, and his sister Ethel looks at her shocked as if she shouldn't be alive anymore. But Anthony is fine, so he asks if she could stay for dinner, which his parents of course say yes to because she helped get Anthony home. And it's not like they're scared to say no to him or anything. Before they eat, Helen asks if she could wash her hands, so Anthony guides her to the bathroom upstairs, while the others take her purse and her jacket off and wave to her as if they're saying goodbye to her. But don't take their gestures as being kind, because once she's out of sight, they rummage through her things. Unlike downstairs, which is super colorful and very cartoonish, the upstairs is completely black and white. It's also playing an eerie cartoon on multiple TVs around the house, rather than the slapsticky one that was on TV downstairs. The cartoon played upstairs is Bimbo's Initiation, and it was a part of the Betty Boop TV series. It follows Bimbo as he runs from a cult in a sewer system. It's kind of like Backrooms-esque, liminal spacey, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty interesting cartoon. They slowly walk down the eerie hallways, and Helen spots a very odd family picture. It's just a drawing of a nuclear family with no distinct features on anyone in the family. But since Helen stopped to look at the picture, Anthony disappeared from her sight, leaving her alone to explore the creepy hallways. And as she's looking for him, we cut back to the rest of the family, and Walt is looking at pictures of Helen and some past lovers on the beach, reminiscing about going to the beach, as Ethel and Dad argue about who gets to smoke her last cigarette. While on her search, Helen finds a room that has the exact same bed for everyone in the house. They just get smaller and smaller as the room moves on. Honestly, it's kind of cute. Anthony's sister Sarah sits at the end of the room in a wheelchair silently. Helen calls out to her, but she doesn't respond. Luckily, Anthony comes back around to introduce Helen to Sarah, and he tells her that she was in an accident. But this accident left her without a mouth. And the most horrifying scene in this whole segment. Oh my god, that's so creepy. That scene is literally horrifying, and I think it's the perfect way to show Anthony's wrath without giving away what's actually happening just yet. After Helen cleans her hands, he announces to his family that he's coming back down the stairs to warn them to stop doing anything that would make him upset, even if that means swallowing a cigarette. Ugh. They do what they can to get rid of the smoke smell, but it's not enough to get rid of it completely, which makes Anthony give Ethel the stare down of doom. But he decides to be nice and let her live another day. Then they all gather and take a seat in the living room to watch TV while Mom makes dinner for everyone, except she doesn't know where dinner is.
Do you remember where supper is? You know where it is. In the oven. Isn't it, Mother?
And when he says this, the family looks relieved, almost like they don't eat every day, and Anthony has decided to grace them with food today. And all this stuff is really interesting, but the most important part of this scene is the cartoon on the TV they are watching. It's an episode from the Heckle and Jekyll show called The Power of Thought, and it shows two birds laying in bed talking about the power they have as cartoon characters. They can do literally anything they want, even turn into a mouse on command and then turn back to themselves in an instant. And Anthony very quickly mentions that this is one of his favorite cartoons. So this cartoon is probably how he got the mindset to do a few things in this segment, like decorate the house so weirdly, or dress his family the way he does, or a few other things that happen here in a little bit. But very quickly, dinner is ready and they all gather around the living room table to eat. Once everybody is all settled, they wait for Anthony to take a bite first before digging in themselves. But for some reason, Helen is hesitant to eat the food, probably because it's nothing but junk food. Literally, cookies, ice cream, McDonald's burgers with peanut butter inside them, fries, and a candied apple. Doesn't exactly follow the food pyramid, you know? But as everyone else chows down, Helen asks if they eat like this all the time. And finally, we hear that Anthony gets everything he wants for the first time in this segment. But Helen is a teacher, so she knows the importance of a balanced diet, and seeing that they eat like this all the time has her worried about everybody's well-being. And hearing that she doesn't like the food bums Anthony out, and he admits that the food doesn't really taste good all the time either. And his family instantly agrees with him and tell him that it does taste bad.
No, that's right. It's not.
But they've never told him this before, so it angers him that they admit it now. But Helen releases the tension by bringing up that it must be his birthday meal. Of course it's his birthday, so it's gonna to be a little bit silly, but instead of everybody being happy that it's his birthday, Ethel starts to complain that Anthony is getting another birthday, alluding that he has had a lot of birthdays, so he gets a lot of presents. And her complaining angers him, so he makes her drop her food using his mind. All the weird stuff happening is making Helen really uncomfortable, so she tries to leave, but Anthony stops her to tell her that his Uncle Walt is going to put on a magic show for them, which is obviously something he just made up to keep her there for a little bit longer. And he got the idea from a cartoon on the TV, which further shows that he gets all his ideas from the cartoons. He doesn't actually come up with anything. But the only issue with the magic show is Uncle Walt doesn't have a hat.
It's on the TV.
Everyone else in the house is shocked that suddenly there's a hat on top of the TV, but no one is as shocked as Helen is in this moment. They force Helen to sit and watch as Uncle Walt does an improv magic show for her, spotlight and all. Uncle Walt hesitantly does the magic trick, slowly reaching his hand into the hat, terrified of what he's gonna pull out. And to his surprise, he pulls out a rabbit. A real rabbit. Everyone believed he was going to pull out something crazy, so they let out a sigh of relief when it's just a regular rabbit. Then the whole family start talking like Helen is going to stay there forever. They tell her that she'll love it here, and they're so happy to have her. And as they are overwhelming her with compliments like that, Uncle Walt pulls out another rabbit, but this time, it's a horrifying, cartoonish version of a rabbit. Anthony looks proud of his new creation, but when he sees that Helen is terrified, he sends it away in a big puff of smoke. Finally, Helen has seen enough. She grabs all of her belongings and prepares to leave, but Anthony stops her and tells her that he can make it real nice in the house for her. He says that he can make her life as comfortable as possible. He can change his diet. He can even change the house for her. He'll do anything for her. He just wants her to stay. Sounds like Anthony has a crush, and I don't blame him. Look at her. And while he's trying to convince her to stay, he spots a torn piece of a comic book that fell out of her bag. On the paper it reads, "Help us. Anthony is a monster." And he uses that piece of paper as an example to prove to Helen that his family hates him. He says that they all want to send him to a bad place, just like his real mom and dad. Instantly, his fake family start to assure him that they don't plan on sending him away, and they love him dearly, but he knows that they're lying, and he knows that they're afraid of him. I mean, you just did a real-life jump scare, so I would be a little scared of you too. But he just can't fathom why they hate him. He lets them just sit around and do nothing all day. They get to watch cartoons and eat junk food. Their life is great. Really, he's just disappointed and wants to know why they called him a monster. No one wants to admit to calling him a monster, so they just throw Ethel under the bus. And since there's no way Ethel's gonna make it out of this alive, she tells Helen everything. She tells Helen that she was tricked to come here by him, and now she can never leave. He did the same thing to all of them. And she also reveals that Sarah upstairs is indeed his real sister. But he got mad at her one day and took away her mouth and her ability to walk, so she couldn't yell at him anymore. She also alludes that his real mom and dad got a much more harsh fate than his sister. But he interrupts her before she can finish her sentence.
Time for you to go now, Ethel.
Anthony is tired of listening to her, so he sends her to Cartoon Land. Actually, it doesn't sound that bad, really. Way less menacing than the cornfield, in my opinion. And before she knows it, Ethel is transported into the cartoon on the TV. And I wish I could describe to you what is going on, but I seriously don't know. It's like a wolf doctor transforms into a fat dragon and shoots fire at her as she runs through a forest of fire people who are trying to grab her until she somehow ends up in the jaws of the dragon and presumably dies. She doesn't show up for the rest of the segment. It's the craziest little acid trip of a cartoon I've ever seen. And this all happens while her family watches in terror, and Anthony ends the scene by eerily saying,
That's all, Ethel.
Now Helen has seen enough, and she sprints for the door, but she is blocked by a giant eyeball in the doorway. And fun fact, this is the same eyeball that would be used in the intro for The Outer Limits, so that's pretty cool. Anthony has now teleported from his living room to the staircase in front of the door to give his big monologue, where he tells Helen that he never wanted to hurt people. He just wants people to not be afraid of him. Then he tells her about his powers. All he has to do is wish for something and then it comes true, and blah, blah, blah. You guys know this. We talked about the other episodes. And he proves that he can do anything by having the TV split in half as if it were in a cartoon. Then this disgusting creature spins out like Taz from Looney Tunes. The creature transforms multiple times in the short time it's on screen. From something that blows in the family's face to this horrifying demon-looking thing to this thing. I don't even know what this thing is. But like I mentioned earlier, Helen was a teacher and she knows how to wrangle bad students. So she sternly tells Anthony to wish the cartoon demon away, which he does with an explosion. And after he wishes the thing away, he talks about how much he hates the house, and just like the monster, he wishes for the house to go away with everything and everyone inside. Well, almost everyone. In another puff of smoke, he is seen standing in a room full of fog with Helen. When she asks where they are, he simply tells her, nowhere. They are literally nowhere. And he sent everyone else away from him like they wanted to be, which I don't know if that means he set them free or killed them somehow, but they're gone nonetheless. And seeing that being stern with Anthony actually worked, Helen tells him to take them back right now. He doesn't want to at first because he doesn't want to lose Helen, but she promises him that she won't leave him. She has seen his power and she knows that he is a special kid. And she wants to teach him how to properly use that power, because one day it might get out of hand and he won't be able to control it and he will do something that he will regret. And she promises that she will stay with him always, and they seal the deal with a handshake. Then they are teleported to her car, but still in the fog of nowhere. They both get in the car to take on the world together, forever and always. And as they drive down the road, the world comes back and it's more beautiful and colorful than ever. And that's where the segment ends. Once again, an incredible segment, but for different reasons. They make a ton of changes from the original script and story, which I'm not sure I like very much. First of all, they took Anthony having control over a small town, then made that even smaller by giving him control over 5 people in a house. This makes Anthony seem less powerful and scary, in my opinion, but maybe that's just me though. I mean, he literally got bullied by a random dude in the beginning of the segment, so how powerful can he be? I mean, Show Anthony would have turned that guy inside out, then lit him on fire, and then sent him to the cornfield, so he's a little less menacing in my opinion. I do like that they tried to keep Anthony's powers a secret for a little while longer in this story. If I hadn't talked about the other episodes first, I'm sure that twist would have blown some of your minds. Like, they did a great job building up a mystery around Anthony, the house, and his family. I mean, what family makes their house look this cartoonish? That would have been the first red flag for me. You also see the uncle and Ethel are very disheveled, almost like they look exhausted despite not doing anything ever with their lives. They also act extremely weird the whole time and go feral when Helen leaves her bag behind. So the setup for this story was really well done, and if you haven't seen the original episode, I can see this making people feel uneasy and curious. I do like how they compare Anthony's powers to a cartoon. It's a very unique way to look at his powers, and it also makes a lot of sense. He can absolutely just do anything his mind can imagine. I just wish his mind wasn't so fucked up. I also noticed that all his powers have cartoon/video game sound effects, and after doing a little bit of research, I found out that the sound effects are from the video game Tempest. But the thing this segment does the best is the scares. The scene where we see Sarah is literally nightmare fuel. I did not expect to see anything that horrifying at all in this segment. That scene literally comes out of nowhere and it shocks you. I seriously think that is probably the most cruel thing that Anthony has done, any of the Anthonys. She is just stuck there. She can't talk, she can't scream, she can't move. She's forced to watch this eerie cartoon over and over again. I can't even fathom how horrible that is. But that's not the only scary part. When Walt pulls out the bunny, holy crap, does that thing look incredible. All the animatronics in the segment look incredible. I mean, I expect nothing less from the great Joe Dante. I love how they make them look equally cartoonish and horrifying. I literally can't comprehend what's going on with a few of them. It's awesome. It's so cool. And it also inadvertently shows how terrifying it would look if a cartoon came to life. And I said earlier in the video that I'd like to see more of the horrific things Anthony made. And then Joe Dante said, hold my beer, and then knocked it out of the park. And speaking of all the cartoony stuff, you can only get a story like this from the mind of Joe Dante. His mind is just so amazing. He literally made this segment feel like an episode of Looney Tunes. If Looney Tunes were horrifying, and I guess it can be sometimes, really. The direction for this was incredible. Truly otherworldly in design. From the design of the costumes to the set and lighting, the acting, the tension throughout the segment. I love that everybody in the house is dressed like they're still in the 1950s or they're out of a Tom and Jerry cartoon. And the lighting for the segment. Holy crap, I love the lighting for this segment. They use the lighting throughout the segment to convey certain emotions like Anthony getting mad and Helen being terrified. I'm also just a big fan of Creepshow, and the lighting in this segment reminds me of Creepshow a lot, so of course I like it. I also like how this segment is kind of a love letter to a ton of different Twilight Zone episodes. They almost took a bunch of episodes and mashed them together in one segment and then made something new with it. Like in the episode Nightmare as a Child, Helen teaches a girl who has supernatural powers. Just like in this segment, Helen meets Anthony, a boy with supernatural power, who she decides to help teach at the end of the segment. She was also headed to Willoughby, and in the original episode, the town realizes that Willoughby is actually heaven. So I took the ending of this segment as Helen and Anthony are headed to heaven, or Willoughby. It definitely seemed that way with all the flowers. They also reference a ton of towns in the diner scene, and each of those stories have something to do with people returning to their past. And in the segment, Helen is running from her hometown in search of something new, but in meeting Anthony, she realizes that she is meant to be a teacher. So she just reverts back to her old ways of being a teacher. I could just gush for hours about how well this segment was made. It's the best segment in the movie to me, so of course I'm gonna talk about it a lot. But this video is already long enough, so definitely give all these episodes a watch, especially if you haven't seen them yet. Why didn't you click off earlier when I told you to? you don't listen. I don't like people who don't listen. And let me know why this story stuck with you as a kid, and if it didn't, tell me why you think it didn't. I'm also curious which version of the story you saw first, because that could probably change the way you see the story entirely. But that's all I've got for you today. I have a Patreon. The $5 members get bonus content, plus videos today earlier, maybe some pictures of my cats, a Discord server, and your name right here on screen. Like the video if you like the video. Thank you for watching the video all the way through. I appreciate you all, and peace.
On December 5, 2016, the MMORPG community, perhaps the most fatigued yet fiercely desperate fanbase in all of gaming, was blindsided by a sudden announcement: Ashes of Creation. It promised a truly living world, an evolving ecosystem where every action had a consequence, a world to build, to conquer, and to discover. But the real selling point was the philosophy, a game that wasn't engineered by a faceless corporation for mass market profit, but one born entirely out of passion.
Really never experienced a community quite like what MMORPGs have to offer. It's a diverse community. There's a lot of people involved. I mean, thousands of players from across the world, and it was just such a passion of mine to be able to experience that involvement in a game like an MMORPG.
These devs get it. Gamers that enjoy MMOs without restrictions of a huge company. Excited for sure. Let's make MMOs great again. But behind the grand promises stood an architect with an interesting past. Stephen Sharif, the man who positioned himself as the savior of the genre.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
Held a web of secrets. What began as a community's final hope would unravel into a toxic multi-year saga of shifting promises, aggressive monetization, and ultimately a brutal corporate implosion. A disaster defined not by bad code, but by multiple lawsuits, hundreds of employees out the door, and a desperate, back-against-the-wall Steam release that exposed the truth. This is the story of Ashes of Creation and how the savior of the MMORPG genre became its most expensive tragedy.
I've been on the other side of that screen. I've seen companies come to Kickstarter and promise the world and either underdeliver or just don't deliver at all. But the reality is we're not those people. I brought together a team of industry veterans who've spent over 40 years combined working on MMORPGs. And have created some pretty
like
amazing
40
titles.
people a year.
That's what we're going to do here with Ashes of Creation. We're going to create an amazing game. A game that you can be proud of.
Yeah, I was scam.
By the mid-2010s, what was once the frontier of digital human interaction had evolved into a corporate graveyard. Beyond a few enduring giants, World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and Final Fantasy XIV, the MMORPG genre was effectively stagnant. The market had become an ecosystem of pure nostalgia exploitation, systematically flooded with soulless clones, predatory microtransactions, and crowd-funded vaporware that vanished into the night with millions in backer cash.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Wall.
This profound fatigue is exactly why millions of players pinned their final desperate hopes on Ashes of Creation, and stepping directly into that void was a man who claimed to be one of them, Stephen Sharif, someone who truly believed that at the core of a great MMO was the community.
In my experiences first starting to play MMOs when I was 7 years old, back in 1992, playing Neverwinter on AOL. That was $6 by the hour. Channel. It's all about, again, the community, the people that you play with. You know, it didn't become so much the game that I was playing, more so that the friends who I had made online, they were playing those games too. And I always found that as we moved from MMO to MMO, you know, we moved with our group, so to speak.
And through the years, Steven logged thousands of hours across the titans of the industry. But it was a game called Arcade that truly altered his trajectory.
In less than an hour, members from White Order will be joining kittens from across the world.
I was playing a game called...
Where is my steed? Come. La 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 Mostly crap. Mostly money. Yeah, I like the dead laser. That laser got me every time. 10 out of 10. Barbecue. It's called Baroque. I must be hungry. Go Power Ranger. About to hit the lunch soon.
I'm betting double as is.
Most of this is crap. I see. Good for you, buddy. Where? I'll just randomly pick the crap. And something exploded. Sure. Right. Because why not? Let's kill a player. I highly doubt any good. As I was saying. Okay. Oh, can't you see? Da, 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 da. Pum 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 param pum 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 param pum pum. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. A bone. A bone. Give me bone. Yeah. Clear. Obey your master, return to the well of souls. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Who sent you? I serve. Our gold is worth more than this.
Sure. Original. I see.
Who sent you?
So what now? Oh boy. Sure.
Arcade, and I loved Arcade. I thought Arcade was awesome. But I got super jaded in Arcade because a lot of the guild that I had at the time, a lot of people quit because the monetization practices of the game were super kind of predatory with the pay-to-win model, with the labor that they had to do.
Arcade was supposed to be yet another savior. To some, a masterclass in cell-arc design, offering player-driven economies, high-seas piracy, and total territorial freedom, until its publisher strangled it with aggressive pay-to-win monetization. The community felt betrayed. Sharif felt motivated. You see, Steven possessed something the average disgruntled gamer did not, an immense, independent fortune. In 2015, he founded Intrepid Studios, and within 9 months, Sharif had assembled a core team of 13 industry veterans, plucked from the ranks of Sony Online, Epic Games, Triarch, and more.
Over the past several years, having played MMORPGs, I was kind of not impressed with what has been coming out of the genre. A lot of pay-to-win, cash grab style games, and I just felt that there could be something better. And, you know, if you want to get things done right, sometimes you just have to do them yourself.
By late 2016, they had a functional prototype, a game that promised a living world, where player choices dynamically altered the landscapes. But the most impressive aspect of Ashes of Creation was how it was being funded. Our project is privately funded, largely from yours truly. We want to have freedom from corporate overlords, said Steven Sharif.
The fuck was that?
He estimated the core build would cost $30 million. He claimed he was ready to bankroll it. He presented himself as the ultimate anomaly in modern gaming, a wealthy, uncompromised purist using his own capital to shield his developers and gamers from corporate greed. He was the passionate hero the dying genre had been praying for. People were undoubtedly excited, and in 6 months, on May 1st, 2017, that hope coalesced into a single defining moment. Intrepid Studios launched their Kickstarter campaign.
The reason we're here on Kickstarter is because we want to expand the scope of our project. We want to make it bigger, better. We also want to give an opportunity to you to participate in that community development, to be in on our discussions of design. We feel that Kickstarter and crowdsourcing is a pretty good avenue towards that development.
Ashes promised to bring the massive back to massively multiplayer, the rebirth of the MMORPG, and the goal, a modest $750,000, but hoping for much more, with top-tier backer tiers scaling up to $10,000. with the low price of $400 to gain access to the very first Ashes alpha build. Within 60 minutes, $300,000 flooded the gates. In less than 12 hours, the core goal was shattered. Within 2 weeks, that number crossed $2 million with more than 11,000 backers. One of the fastest funded projects of all time. The frenzy was driven partially by 4 pillars meant to revolutionize the genre. At its center was its most unique and fascinating feature, the node system, a dynamic world mechanic where player settlements evolved from small camps into massive metropolises based on localized player activity.
There are tons of nodes throughout the world, and each of them has a zone of influence. This zone of influence captures all the activity of the different players doing different things. It could be crafting, it could be fighting, it could be gathering. Anything that might give you experience is something that the node's going to be paying attention to. And as you level up your character, the node levels up with you. And as it levels, more and more civilization gets attracted to that area.
The PvP, massive unrestricted guild wars, and server-wide castle sieges.
Our castle system, our sieges against nodes, the caravan system, battlegrounds that exist, guild wars. We want there to be a meaning to this conflict. We want players to actually have some skin in the game when it comes to participating in PvP. If you own a home in a node and you don't want to see that home destroyed, you need to defend that city.
The player-driven economy that would drive the world and force player interaction.
The global auction house isn't something that you're going to find in our game at the early stages, or maybe ever. Rather, you're going to have to go to a town. You're going to have to buy, sell, or gather whatever you want. What this creates is a competitive advantage, much like we have in the real world. Some towns, some areas are going to be better at certain things, some are going to be worse at some things. But the important part is that you get to play a role in who's better at what and who's worse at what.
And lastly, the narrative, a shifting story landscape shaped entirely by the choices of the server's populace.
Each server will tell a different story, and this story is going to be told by the players. You're going to experience things differently when it comes to what bosses you've encountered because of how the world develops and how you have developed it.
It was an intoxicating, ambitious vision. Everything most MMO players craved for a new yet old-school generation of MMOs. What other game you could have a massive, living, malleable world with huge PvP and PvE events, sailing the seas on your ship, on your boat, housing, evolving towns, and so much more. And while AOC could easily slip into vaporware or even scope creep, the Ashes team made it sound like this time would be different. Sharif was especially adamant about 2 things: how he would use his own personal funds and what exactly the crowdfunding money would go towards outside of the stretch goals. I intend to use those funds to bring additional team members who can focus on building the game. I am primarily self-funding the project, but if necessary, I have made some very good friends in my previous business endeavors who are dying to invest. An interesting statement, which brings us to Steven Sharif's past and how exactly he came to acquire that said fortune.
Hey everybody, I was challenged by TJ over at Zango Corporate, a good friend, to do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
24 hours after launch, a Reddit thread went up titled Ashes of Creation could be a pyramid scheme. The poster claimed the entire project might be a scam, how 13 developers wouldn't be enough to tackle a project of this scale. Many of them were inexperienced, and how Intrepid was bypassing traditional marketing budgets through a highly aggressive and unconventional referral system. A referral program many thought resembled a pyramid scheme. You see, Ashes of Creation was taking hype and word of mouth to the next level. Much like affiliate codes such as Amazon, players could sign up to share a unique code. If a referred user registered and spent money on the game's future monthly subscription, yes, that would be a subscription, premium cosmetic shop, or any other purchases, the original referee received a 15% kickback. Crucially, this wasn't just in-game credits, Intrepid bucks, towards the cash shop or the subscription, potentially playing the game for free. It could be withdrawn as cold, hard cash. That is, only when the game officially launched. For example, if you referred 3 players who spent $100 each, you then earned $45 referral credit. These players could then refer to others, and on it went.
Without the players, the MMO doesn't exist. Exactly. And for the players taking on that responsibility and bringing the community with them to a game, they should be compensated in some way, shape, or form, or rewarded for that. And I think that our referral system really goes to rewarding our players for helping us to organically grow this game.
It was a brilliant strategy to bring attention to the game, but not exactly a pyramid scheme, though inspired by one. To put it clearly, a pyramid scheme is a fraudulent business model where participants make money primarily by recruiting new members who pay to join. Each new recruit's entry fee or mandatory purchases flows upward to those already in the scheme. There's little or no genuine product being sold to regular customers outside of the scheme, and because it depends on constant recruitment, it's mathematically unsustainable. It will always run out of new people, leaving those at the bottom with losses. In the case of the referral program, it was far simpler and more direct. If person A referred person B, only person A received the benefit from that specific referral. There was no multi-level chain. Person A didn't earn anything from people that person B later referred to person C. It was a single-level system, not pyramid. Of course, though, this program became prominent among content creators, YouTubers.
Just want to make you aware of my referral link for this game in the description below. If you sign up to the game through that link, it helps support my channel.
In fact, the original referral program specifically targeted YouTubers, advertising how you could make tens of thousands of dollars through this system if you could convert your subscribers. The main problem was, if it wasn't already shitty enough, with a Kickstarter, this program wasn't just about purchases for the game, it included Kickstarter pledges as well. Meaning if you referred someone and that person pledged hundreds of dollars on a backer tier, you would earn 15% of that pledge. A brilliant way to further fuel pledges, resulting in record-breaking funding, but also something that did go against Kickstarter rules, as profit sharing is strictly prohibited. Kickstarter's compliance team ultimately took no punitive action. Intrepid quietly amended the program at their request, decoupling the cash incentives from the crowdfunding pledges, along with the aggressive push towards content creators. And the program solely worked against purchases made for the game itself. But for those who dug deeper into Steven Sharif's history, the referral program wasn't an innovation. It was a signature style, and for that, we need to talk about MLMs, multi-level marketing.
Why Herbalife? Because you get to be your own boss, earn extra money,
Work from home, raise your own children.
you can name your own hours.
To make part-time or full-time money,
Paying the bills
Share this video with 10 people.
that you care about, that you love, that you adore, that you admire. 20 people, 30 people, come on, what are you waiting for? 100 people, share with everybody, they want what we have, we got it.
Steven Sharif didn't make his fortune in software engineering and game development. He was actually an entrepreneurial genius since he was 15 years old.
I was a little bit of a go-getter at a young age. 15, 16, I started, my first company. I was doing marketing, like radio co-ops and stuff.
In these talk radio stations, he attempted to sell nutritional drinks, of which he was very successful. And by age 18, Sharif was an elite distributor for Zango, a multi-level marketing corporation that generated billions selling a botanical beverage known as mangosteen juice. Now Zango was a juggernaut of controversy. In 2006, the FDA issued a stern reprimand to the company for marketing the juice with illegal, unverified health claims, ranging from anti-inflammatory properties to cancer treatment. It was, by almost all medical definitions, high-priced snake oil. But the product didn't matter as much as the structure did.
Simple, generous, rewarding, and global. Whether you're 18 or 118, you're welcome here. This frisky bunch represents a movement we call MB30, which stands for Millionaire by 30.
Unlike in a pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing (MLM), the majority of the revenue should come from actual product sales to outside customers.
Let's say you signed up 3 friends.
Okay.
And then you and I would help those 3 friends sign up their 3 friends and get their $700.
Okay.
Now there's 9 people there, right? Then we help those 9 people sign up their 3 friends and they get a 7. So everyone kind of gets their money back.
Zango, however, operated in a gray area many critics called pyramid-like. Heavy emphasis on building a massive downline, with distributors pressured to buy products themselves to qualify for commissions.
It's not an illegal pyramid scheme, it's a direct selling network marketing company.
Is it shaped like a pyramid, the business structure?
It is shaped like a pyramid, yes.
But you're saying it's not an illegal pyramid scheme?
It's not an illegal pyramid scheme.
Sharif and his mother, Sharon Sharif, operated at the absolute apex of this pyramid. Their marketing operation was a runaway success, netting a staggering $350,000 a month. Stephen was so successful at this that at 24 years old, he moved over to real estate, and by age 28, Sharif was independently wealthy, retired, and looking for a legacy. This past isn't exactly a secret. Stephen himself was quite open about it, and while the referral program wasn't exactly like an MLM either,
There is something.
you can see where
I'm
his
pretty
came
nervous.
from. Ultimately, it did open a question if there was a financial benefit to content creators to positively share and validate the game.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Sure.
At what point does their critical objectivity become compromised? Not only that, sitting at the apex of this entire machine was Steven and Intrepid Studios. While sure, it was technically free marketing, it was also a system where those with more power and reach were benefiting from those further down the line. But it didn't end there, because the deeper you go, you'll find that Steven brought that exact MLM circle of trust to Intrepid Studios. His husband, John Moore, who also carried deep operational ties to the Zango Empire, was installed as Chief Financial Officer, CFO, and along with him was a third unannounced member in the foundation, a name completely hidden from the public during the Kickstarter hype, whose true involvement would only be dragged into the light during the legal warfare of 2026. Tom Alkazine. Alkazine was a family friend, a mentor, and a legendary figure in the multi-level marketing underworld. He had quietly injected $2 million into Intrepid's early coffers. He was also a toxic asset.
I'm going to explain how the Vima business opportunity could make a positive change in your life. In fact, how Vima could make your dreams come true. It's worked for our family and it can work for yours. So let me show you how it works.
Just 1 year prior to the Ashes Kickstarter, the Federal Trade Commission had permanently dismantled Alkazine's previous venture, Vima Nutrition, classifying it as a massive, illegal pyramid scheme. Alkazine and his wife settled with the federal government for $1.2 million and were slapped with a lifetime ban from the MLM industry. Yet another MLM connection would draw further scrutiny into the project, and so in 2017 none of this information was made public. Even so, for internet conspiracy theorists, the evidence presented was enough. This could be a scam. For most, however, despite the shadows in the ledger, the community chose to believe. After all, at the time, Steven reiterated again and again, the project is being funded by myself currently. The alternative to not believing was too depressing to face. The genre was starving, and Sharif's passion in interviews felt undeniable.
I'm planning on making massive games, putting massive back in MMOs, honestly. You know, we want to make it all about the player having agency over the direction of the narrative in the game and just bringing this massive raid idea back to open worlds and non-faction-based decision-making processes. And we know the pitfalls. We know how to navigate these dangerous waters. What makes MMORPGs so risky for other studios to endeavor on these kind of innovative ideas, you know? We're here to do that, and we have the people that can get it done.
He was a millionaire gamer, using his own wealth to fight the corporate machine. Quite clear where the money came from, if it was being used to build the promised land. When the curtain fell on the Kickstarter campaign in June 2017, the number stood at $3.27 million, with nearly 20,000 backers. It was one of the highest funded MMO campaigns in history. Every stretch goal was met. Hype was a commodity, and Intrepid capitalized it immediately. They transitioned crowdfunding directly to their own website, selling exclusive backer packages as high as $5,000.
We'll be running this summer crowdfunding on our website until July 21st, and we're treating it as an extension of our Kickstarter campaign. This means that anyone who participated in the Kickstarter campaign will continue to accrue backer rewards from the summer crowdfunding campaign.
The studio's official timeline was definitive, a beta release by December 2018. a massive next-generation virtual world featuring dozens of interconnected systems built completely from scratch in Unreal Engine 4. It was an impossible promise, a deadline engineered by marketing minds, completely disconnected from the brutal realities of MMO development. The money, however, was secured. The crowd was waiting, but as the calendar ticked towards 2018, the dream was about to collide with a decade of development hell.
When I created the studios and began this project, what was paramount to me was creating a game that gamers could be proud of, getting rid of the pay-to-win mechanics, the predatory practices of monetization that have gone to ruin games we have loved in the past. We need your help in building this MMORPG, and we cannot do it without you.
By late 2017, Intrepid Studios entered Alpha Zero. It was a highly restrictive testbed, accessible only to employees, close family, friends, and curated invites. We'll get to that later. But unlike the tightly guarded vaults of traditional publishers, Steven Sharif chose to pull back the curtain completely. Instead of hiding the cracks, he streamed them.
Alright guys, welcome to our regularly scheduled monthly Q&A session, our live stream. We've got a special treat for you guys today. We are going to be doing a live playthrough of our pre-alpha build.
Sharif broadcasted raw, unpolished, and frequently broken gameplay directly to YouTube and Twitch. In an industry where crowdfunded projects routinely vanish behind NDAs and heavily curated vertical slices, this radical transparency felt revolutionary. Sharif was playing his own broken game, answering questions and building an unprecedented level of parasocial trust. If the game looked rough, it was simply proof of honest work. And even more exciting was the premise of an Alpha 1 phase, the version that would be available to backers of highest tiers, starting at $400. But not only to Kickstarter and summer crowdfunding backers, despite a clear warning that rewards wouldn't be available past the June-summer crowdfunding, packages kept being sold on their website to further fuel development. To secure a guaranteed slot in the upcoming Alpha 1 phase, players willingly laid down $500 for the Intrepid pre-order package. This would continue to prove to be part of an extremely predatory cosmetic and backer system. More on that later. And at PAX East in April 2018, Sharif took to the stage to announce.
We're happy to announce that first phase of Alpha 1 will be launched early in Q4, this fourth quarter of 2018.
And by July, he confidently proclaimed that Intrepid's ranks had swelled past 100 developers. The scope was staggering, the team kept growing, the money was flowing. But then came the pivot. In August 2018, backers eagerly awaited their first taste of the revolutionary high-fantasy MMORPG. This testing phase wasn't the full features, but a testing ground for the game's action combat. However, players were handed something else entirely: Ashes of Creation, Apocalypse. It was not an MMORPG, it was a standalone battle royale. Effectively, instead of just delaying the testing phase, they decided to turn it into something usable.
So, we are announcing that Alpha 1 Phase 1, the Battle Royale, the Castle Siege mode, as well as the Horde mode, will be a side arena mode referred to as Ashes of Creation Apocalypse.
To the community, it smelled entirely of corporate trend chasing, a distraction nobody asked for. In September 2019, Apocalypse launched into Steam Early Access, and it plummeted into instant obscurity, scraping together an embarrassing peak of just 832 concurrent players. The community was indifferent, but the corporate execution was alarming. Despite being a bare-bones testing tool for a game that did not exist yet, Apocalypse was aggressively monetized. It featured a fully functional digital storefront, premium cosmetics that would be usable in the future actual MMO, and a seasonal battle pass. Yet another red flag to the ever-growing pile. people were undoubtedly angry, claiming Steven was out of touch. The savior of the MMO genre was spending backer capital to build a failed clone of Fortnite. Starting to think Star Citizen will launch before the MMO. So glad we got a full Battle Royale game in place of the MMORPG you guys sold us. And the actual Alpha 1 was nowhere in sight. But there was one thing we could be for sure though: financial independence. In March 7, 2019, on a Discord Q&A, Steven reiterated again, usually outside funds are raised through venture capitalists because they are risk-oriented. However, it isn't something I have done. It was a powerful statement. He was reminding the audience that he answered to no one but them. It was also a carefully constructed distortion. While Sharif hadn't approached traditional investors or venture capitalists, he was actively trading studio equity for multi-million-dollar cash injections from his old multi-level marketing inner circle. The shadow boards were already forming, the debt was already mounting. But in 2019, the public knew none of this. We only knew that Alpha 1 was late, the Battle Royale was an absolute failure, and the dream was slipping away. And then, just as the project neared total narrative collapse, Intrepid pulled off the most spectacular public relations redirection in modern gaming history. And the weapon of choice: content creators. We all want to believe in the perfect game. We want to believe that someone, somewhere, is building the next great MMO. Nothing wrong with that. But in 2020, Ashes of Creation transformed that hope into a highly effective marketing engine. Content creators became the frontline vanguard for Intrepid Studios. Prominent MMO figures like the Lazy Peon became massive megaphones for the project, tracking development updates, personally investing thousands of dollars of their own money, and harvesting millions of views in the process. The other, many might say, was NARC, comedic commentary, sharing updates, providing feedback, and criticism.
Squash, čaj ili kafu, nešto.
Nemaš vode, nemaš.
Vode? Imam, eno tu tamo. Mogu sam ga stavio tu u ladovinu, zato što tu uvijek sunce i voda je stalno mlaka i dljuta. Bukvalno to. Stani. Našla sam bidon tu. Tu gdje stoji na sunce, stavno. Sve grije. Stajem ođe. Si pamet.
Koliko ćeš?
Pa koliko sneš. Koliko bi sebi stavio. Da, stavim toliko.
Ti si moja čokolada, ja bih te ljubio.
Hvala na čaj.
Despite the absolute absence of a playable Alpha 1, the game was finally beginning to resemble a legitimate product. The comment sections of Intrepid's official channels were no longer just populated by hopeful players, they were validated by checkmarks who staked their digital reputations on Sharif's vision. Easily the most promising and well-managed upcoming MMORPG. Keep up the great work. The symbiosis was flawless, the reach was absolute, and Steven Sharif was about to weaponize it.
Okay, man. How's my sound quality, by the way? I'm on my phone driving to Vegas, and I'm like in the middle of the desert.
The approach was masterfully casual. Sharif joined live on Twitch from his car, presenting himself as just an ordinary, passionate gamer. He was the antithesis of the stiff corporate executive.
We went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project, but actually to, add some additional features, but also mainly to get a litmus test on what the community thinks about many of our designs.
When he chatted with Asmongold, the undisputed gravity well of the MMO streaming space at the time, he wasn't only talking to around 50,000 live viewers and millions more in VODs. He was validating an entire subculture, a gamer making a game for gamers, speaking directly to the community's premier voice.
So I know in RuneScape, for example, you can effectively buy gold with bonds, and in WoW you can buy gold with the WoW token, and there are other things in the game that are effectively kind of pay-to-win features. Are you guys going to have anything like that? Absolutely not.
And above all, he clearly understood and communicated how MMOs are supposed to work.
There's been this kind of paradigm shift towards a mentality of everybody's a winner, and there's no longer a risk versus reward type of design philosophy. And
yes, we've heard of that.
All the right boxes were checked. The hype cycle then continued. Sharif equally joined live with Shroud and Summit, Tim the Tatman, culminating in dedicated Ask Me Anything streams.
That's good.
Like I said, I'm personally funding the project to completion, that's not the issue.
By the time the marketing blitz concluded, the commercial failure of Apocalypse was completely erased from the public memory. The Kickstarter controversies were reduced to a distant footnote. Intrepid's YouTube channel was generating unprecedented metrics. The terrifying warning signs of scope creep were completely ignored. And on July 14, 2021, the machine received its ultimate fuel.
At long last, years after years, they have been developing this game. And after a year of closely following its development, we finally arrive at the day that we have the opportunity to play the game for the first time ourselves.
The Alpha 1 weekend test was here, and it launched with 0 NDA agreements. For the first time, any backer who had purchased a top-tier package, or of course, content creators, could stream and show the game completely unedited, testing combat, basic PvP systems, and other core features. All hail the savior of MMOs. But Salvation carried a massive premium. For the players who missed the Kickstarter or the following shop packages, they were now able to purchase new access packages. But that's not the worst part. For a studio that had built its entire identity on rejecting the predatory, greed-driven mechanics of corporate publishers, Intrepid's monetization model was remarkably cutthroat. From 2017 straight through 2024, the studio operated a relentless, monthly rotating storefront. They didn't just sell backer packages, they manufactured a highly weaponized fear of missing out, FOMO. Players were induced to purchase these packages bundled with limited time cosmetics for an unreleased game. In many instances, these items didn't even exist as digital assets. They were sold as flat pieces of concept art with no commercial release date in sight. Worse still, prior to the launch of Alpha 1, buying higher tier pledge packages double functioned as a financial lottery. Purchasing the pack merely granted a raffle ticket for a chance, 10 entries to be exact, for the $500 package to be invited to the earlier Alpha 0 tests. Wealthy users, also known as whales, routinely purchased multiple identical packages simply to increase their mathematical odds of selection. While modern online games inherently require sustainable monetization to survive, the absolute scale of the studio's pre-launch storefront bordered on the absurd. Before the core MMORPG had even delivered a stable build, the rotating marketplace had aggressively cycled through more than 300 limited edition exclusive cosmetics. According to the community, capturing the full catalog required a staggering total investment of over $9,000. When comparing to released MMOs like Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft, the discrepancy was staggering. This did not look like the behavior of an independently wealthy purist funding a passion project out of his own pocket. It looked like an operation desperate for immediate liquidity. Yet, blinded by the dream, the community shielded the studio from any criticism. Rabid defense forces routinely silenced anyone pointing out the systemic hypocrisy of the store.
That was pretty much it for my time playing the Ashes of Creation Alpha 1 weekend. Overall, I had a great time playing the game, and by video game Alpha 1 standards, it's very impressive.
Alpha 1 then was generally received positively for such an early stage. Moreover, Intrepid soon announced a massive technological migration. They were abandoning their foundation to transfer Ashes of Creation to Unreal Engine 5. The visual upgrades were undeniable. The community celebrated the move as proof of Intrepid's commitment to cutting-edge technology. Everything looked great.
So for us, from a financial wherewithal and capability standpoint, we are capable of progressing the development of the project until completion, depending on how long that is going to take, obviously, but also from a sheer reward factor. You know, it's something we're really looking forward to see the launch of this game, because I do truly believe, based on the metrics that we're looking at, that this will be one of the largest and most successful MMOs.
But by 2023 and 2024, yes, 3 years later, the highly anticipated Alpha 2 phase was caught in a cycle of perpetual delays, and their FOMO tactics struck again. The famed rotating packages were suddenly removed towards the end of 2023, sending the community scrambling to buy $250 packs to gain access to Alpha 2. But there was someone who called it out early.
What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that?
And sure enough, in August 2024, as Intrepid dropped its latest roadmap, the studio announced they were now selling standalone Alpha 2 testing keys for $100 to $120. Crucially, these keys were stripped of all traditional bundle value. They offered nothing but the right to test a fragmented, unfinished piece of software.
It is extremely important to remember
You are not purchasing access to a game. You are not purchasing access to an early access. You are purchasing access to testing Alpha 2.
After 7 years of waiting, players were still being treated as paying labor for a product with no end in sight. Intrepid scrambled to deploy damage control. Due to, quote, glorious feedback, they stuffed subscription time and premium currency back into the keys to pacify the masses. But the damage was done. Adding to this, early backers who had laid down hundreds of dollars under the explicit promise of exclusivity realized that their premium access was being diluted for cheap cash injections. People like me feel scammed by their FOMO tactics. I definitely would go back in time and not buy it if I knew they would go back on their promises and just buy the cheaper access. This will hunting behavior, hoping to squeeze any possible dime out of desperate fans, utilizing FOMO, was all but evaporating any goodwill. But soon enough, the paper trail would caught up to them. On October 24, 2024, a stealthy thread materialized on Reddit. Ashes of Creation is a scam. A user digging through public state records discovered that Intrepid Studios had been officially suspended by the California Franchise Tax Board, meaning their business license was suspended for failure to pay taxes. Not only that, the following information revealed the reality that flatly contradicted years of Sharif's public messaging. To everyone's surprise, it had finally come to the public that the studio had quietly accumulated layers of outstanding debt, effectively external financing despite Steven claims of self-funding. This was from someone named Jason Karaminis of the Yaya Legacy Fund in 2020, followed by someone else named Robert Dawson in 2024, and a lawsuit by Jason over a mandate to inspect the company's financial books and records. However, it had since been dismissed. While they were able to reactivate their status, the lawsuit by Jason and the suspension by the tax authorities, which was followed by another near suspension in 2023 for not submitting annual accounts, made the user suspect all of this, the deception, Ashes of Creation, to be a scam. The loyal fanbase dismissed the thread as standard hater fiction. They chose to believe the dream. They chose to believe Steven Sharif. But inside the development pipeline, the reality of a 10-year development cycle was breeding immense friction. By late 2024, following a highly limited Alpha 2 weekend test, the slow rate of development could no longer be masked by fancy videos. In December 2024, a user created a Reddit thread titled, "Rant, the state of the desert made me realize that open development is not for me." He pointed out that the newly showcased desert biome looked like a massive technical regression from builds shown 2 years prior, and how Intrepid was failing to communicate properly. He tagged the prominent content creator Narc, who had spent years producing content and had equally shared the same frustrations. Whether he was right or wrong, Steven Sharif handled the criticism like an MLM commander whose downline was breaking ranks. There is nothing nefarious. It is very easy to sit back as an uninformed content creator and cast illusions to play on people's fears or negativity. It is easy to cultivate that audience when that is your focus. I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We will be here when you are ready to return. Following this, together with the predatory practices surrounding the alpha access, the delays, Narc quit creating content and promoting Ashes entirely, eventually even deleting his whole channel.
You claim that open development isn't for us, but what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Steven Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years.
After Asmongold reacted to Narc's video, it exploded in the community. Steven decided to reply to Narc and Asmongold in video form, slamming Narc as a creator just farming clicks, dismantling his claims of the state of the desert biome.
He makes a claim that, you know, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false. He purposefully goes out to the edge of the desert in his video without giving any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists. But, you know, over the course of the last year, he went to a very negative place, and because of that, we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator, and I think that that led to, you know, him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to.
Asmongold then hosted a stream for both parties to say their piece. For over an hour, the multi-millionaire systematically dismantled a small content creator, aggressively defending his predatory alpha pricing structure and doubling down on Narc's supposedly overly negative content, curiously again, explicitly stating how much money he had invested.
So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more dollars into over the course of the last 8 years,
So far.
myself personally so far, and will have to put in another 50 probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game, and we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund.
But throughout the chaotic 2025, the cracks could no longer be ignored. The project became an industry punchline, frequently mocked as Fantasy Star Citizen or Ashes of Copium. Delays to the subsequent Alpha 2 phases mounted continuously. The studio was spiraling, the debt was secretly mounting.
You know, there's a level of financial independence that is not predicated, that has not historically been predicated on our engagement within the investing ecosphere of gaming. In order to bring to life this project.
And then, in November 2025, Intrepid Studios stunned everyone. Out of absolute nowhere, they announced that Ashes of Creation would bypass its remaining testing roadmaps and launch directly into Steam Early Access on December 11, 2025. To the casual observer, it looked like a bold, confident leap across the finish line. In reality, it was the final, desperate act of a dying dream.
This has been a big year for us, and 2026 is going to be an even bigger year for us.
Across social media, the community that had spent nearly a decade shielding Ashes of Creation from outside criticism began to fracture. To the purists, bypassing the remaining alpha roadmaps to launch on a global commercial storefront was a betrayal of everything they had been promised. To the onlookers, it was a train wreck in motion, and time to grab some popcorn. But Intrepid had to move the needle. They slashed the entry barrier, the $500 to $100 whale packages were discarded, replaced by a standard, far more accessible $50 price tag. Of course, they were still selling cosmetics, albeit separately.
We completely out of money. Are we broke, Dad?
No, we're not broke.
We're not broke, chat. You heard it here first. We're still going.
On December 1st, 2025, exactly 10 days before the scheduled Steam launch, Sarah Systems, Intrepid's cloud infrastructure provider, slapped the studio with a lawsuit for $850,000 of unpaid services. If an independent studio backed by a self-proclaimed multi-millionaire could not settle its basic server bills, the entire financial foundation could be compromised.
You know, we started in Kickstarter, although the majority of the financial backing for the studio is independent, but yours truly.
Sharif immediately took to Reddit to downplay the crisis. He dismissed the litigation as a standard contract dispute, assuring backers that the money was inconsequential. To prove his financial stability, he casually dropped a statistic that left everyone stunned. Intrepid, he claimed, was now burning through $800,000 a week in operational expenses. For a mid-sized studio of roughly 250 employees, that burn rate was astronomical.
Everybody buckle up.
I put a brace for impact gif in the Discord of Picard and Riker. That is what it's going to be like literally at the studio in the war room. So be prepared. It's going to be crazy.
On December 11, 2025, the gates opened. On day one, the sheer gravity of decades worth of hype pulled in 30,000 concurrent players. To the average Steam user, the game was a clunky, heavily unpolished, and fundamentally fragmented experience that looked years away from a commercial market. Yet, the core loyalists saw the potential. The foundation was there. I'm already really enjoying Ashes of Creation as it is today, not because it's perfect, but because it has identity and soul, something most modern MMORPGs have lost. Slow progression, risk, meaningful consequences, PvP tension, and a shared world that remembers players' actions. That's why I'm here. Given 5 more years, a stable environment, and patient backing, Ashes of Creation might have carved out a highly lucrative, dedicated niche.
I think the game can absolutely recover from mixed if they can fulfill their vision, and in terms of player retention, it's actually looking really good. I was definitely expecting much more of a drop-off. If Intrepid can be quick to make updates, fix bugs, listen to player feedback, and add content, I honestly think the game will be fine.
But it didn't have 5 years.
But they didn't
it had
do that.
exactly 51 days. On January 22nd, 2026, after harvesting millions from Steam sales, the final avalanche began. It all started with a Reddit thread. Layoffs have hit Ashes of Creation developer Intrepid Studios. Stephen Sharif immediately assumed the role of corporate fire extinguisher, treating the terminations not as a systemic failure, but as routine operational pruning. Recently, 9 people out of a team of about 250 were impacted as part of some targeted team adjustments. This was not a large-scale layoff and not a reflection of the health or the future of Ashes of Creation. In the history of corporate collapses, the phrase targeted adjustments is almost always the preface to total liquidation. Sharif assured the player base that the foundation was secure. It was an illusion that lasted exactly 9 days. On the evening of January 31, 2026, Margaret, the director of communications that so many fans knew from the project's famous streams, broke the news. Her time at Intrepid had come to an end. Following with a reply to a comment, everyone was part of a layoff. The news spread like wildfire. Rumors of it being a scam. Was this it after all these years? What about refunds? And sure enough, Steven made his appearance with an explosive announcement. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on the behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I choose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. It was a total unconditional abdication. The messiah of the indie MMO space had dropped his tools and walked out the door. As a consequence, the entire senior leadership team resigned in rapid succession. The studio was completely decapitated. With Sharif out of the way, the hidden board moved with absolute predatory efficiency. They issued immediate WARN Act notices and initiated a catastrophic mass layoff. A decade of development simply evaporated overnight. By early February, Steam took action, permanently pulling Ashes of Creation from sale. For the late-coming consumers who had purchased the
Что? Что-то. Что? Yastık titrer.
$50 Steam Early Access build, the platform's refund policy offered an immediate escape hatch. But for the true believers, the financial reality was a completely different story. The thousands of core backers who had poured millions in total into Intrepid's private web store since 2017, and the Kickstarter backers found themselves trapped behind a brutal legal technicality. By forcing the unfinished Alpha 2 onto Steam as a commercial early access product, Intrepid had achieved a critical legal milestone. A commercial launch on an open storefront fulfilled the technical definition of a delivered product. The pledge promises had been legally satisfied. Any potential refunds were now much harder to achieve through bank disputes or even chargebacks. Convenient.
This sucks. And if you are out there and you played this game because of me, I'm sorry that you bought into it.
I mean, you would be right. I mean, like, no, it was so promising. It looked so good. Everything about it looked amazing.
But I look like a massive clown, and I'm just gonna have to take an L for my coverage of this game throughout its entire existence, I guess.
But as the smoke cleared over the carcass of Intrepid Studios, a far more disturbing question emerged. What did Steven Sharif mean by the board? From the very first day of the Kickstarter campaign, Sharif had anchored his entire moral authority on a singular claim.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
He had explicitly stated that Intrepid had no publishers, no external investors, no shareholders. To the public's absolute knowledge, the governing board of Intrepid Studios consisted of exactly two people: Steven Sharif, the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and John Moore, the Chief Financial Officer, his husband.
I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far.
But as the first lawsuits were filed, the unsealed documents tore away the final layers of corporate deception. There was indeed a larger board, and it was populated by ghosts. Before we can dissect the legal warfare that tore Intrepid Studios apart in early 2026, we must identify the hidden actors lurking in the ledger. But the critical boundary must be established before going any further. These claims are active legal allegations, not established facts. With multiple lawsuits currently winding through the system, a definitive legal resolution remains years away. Until the final gavel strikes, the objective truth is split between two competing, highly volatile narratives. We must try to evaluate both sides of the mirror with absolute detachment, mapping the evidence exactly as it stands today. So, enter Jason Karanidis.
I built my business with the philosophy that there is nobody in this room that I am better than, but there is nobody that is better than me.
Starting in 2017, even before the Kickstarter campaign ever went live, Karamani's quietly began injecting millions into Intrepid Studios through a complex convertible debt agreement via the Yaya Legacy Trust. Contractually, Karamani's wasn't initially classified as an investor, he was a creditor. Intrepid was borrowing his capital with a dangerous caveat: pay the loans back with interest or forfeit studio equity. Through text messages that Jason shared with a YouTuber, Memphis QS, revealed an extraordinary psychological underlay. Sharif systematically love-bombed Karamani's, pitching him an absurdly lucrative business. He compared the monetization of Ashes of Creation directly to Fortnite, mapping out the astronomical revenue a modern MMORPG could extract. How they had the opportunity to claim the entire market as everything failed around it. And it perfectly contextualized his public bravado during the 2017 Kickstarter launch, where he casually boasted to media outlets that he had very good friends from previous business endeavors who were dying to invest.
Yo, Jeanette!
Because you see, Karamani's was a veteran of the predatory supplement underworld, a close business associate of Steven Sharif's own mother, the MLM Queen. Karaminis boasted the title of Imperial Diamond Director for Genes Global, a multi-billion-dollar juggernaut specializing in cellular rejuvenation and anti-aging skincare products.
You know, we've celebrated 14 years of becoming one of the fastest companies to build to $1 billion in the entire history of network marketing.
Karaminis had also been involved with Vima, the exact MLM that resulted in Alkazine's lifetime federal ban. By 2019, after a series of frantic, repeated emergency cash requests, Karamani's mounting loans officially converted into equity for a total of $12.5 million. The creditor, Jason, had officially become a shareholder. The private correspondence reveals that behind the scenes, Intrepid was caught in a state of chronic financial starvation. As early as 2019, the studio was actively scrounging for basic payroll capital. That same year, Sharif believed he had engineered the ultimate solution. Yet another investor. This time, it came from China. Documents originally shared by the YouTuber Nefes and Jason revealed that in 2019, Sharif attempted to secure a massive $60 million investment with iDream Sky, a prominent Chinese mobile game publisher. But the deal collapsed at the finish line, plunging Intrepid into a catastrophic liquidity crisis. Sharif repeatedly returned to Karamani's, begging for additional capital, continuing with the sales pitches. This company will be the largest MMO in history, bigger than WoW's 13 billion. How he had spent his mom's help, promising astronomical returns once the alpha testing phases drove public hype. 2021, the company is going to buy you your own jet and name it the Karamani's Gulfstream. These grand promises, while completely delusional, do feel reminiscent of something else, something Steven was very familiar with, MLM recruitment tactics. But the standalone Battle Royale spin-off, Apocalypse, flopped spectacularly. Steven needed yet more funding, but Karamani's patience was wearing thin. He wasn't seeing any returns, culminating in furious texts.
Do you understand me now, bro? Go cry to your husband, bro. Not me. I am in no mood to be happy now. I said I'm getting a fucking loan, and as soon as I have money, I will help. But you can't seem to do anything here. It baffles my mind why you're a business owner. I am so fucked I can't see straight, and I asked you, politely, go find another source for a week or two.
By 2020, the operation required a far bigger shark, and Karamani served as the ultimate king. Karamani's introduced Sharif to his premier multi-level marketing contact, Robert Dawson, the chief legal officer of Genes Global and the ultimate architect of Intrepid's demise. Dawson, operating through an entity called TFE Games Holdings, poured in a total a staggering $80 million into Intrepid over a 4-year window as volatile convertible debt-based loans. They had become the primary source of funds and a majority shareholder. These shadow investors stabilized the game's finances for nearly 4 years. So why the sudden collapse post the Steam launch? Well, on February 9, 2026, Robert Dawson and TFE Game Holdings launched their devastating legal strike against Steven Sharif and John Moore. The lawsuit alleged systematic financial misconduct, breach of fiduciary duty, and the outright embezzlement of studio funds, accusing the couple of siphoning millions to underwrite their personal lifestyles and pay off private debts. Specific allegations included over $200,000 spent on DoorDash, more than $700,000 on Amazon purchases, and even the use of studio funds to aid their purchase of their personal home. According to the claims, Sharif and Moore, while serving as CFO, directed over $4 million in personal payments to themselves and family members, including Tom Alkazine. These transfers allegedly stopped once Moore was replaced as CFO. More on that later, as well as evidenced by those previous text messages to Jason Karamani's alleged misrepresentation of Ashes of Creation's earning potential over multiple years. delayed alpha phases, and revenue that generated only a fraction of Sharif's own projections. In total, approximately $21 million in outflows allegedly lacked any legitimate business purpose. And the most shocking of all was their allegation that Sharif publicly and falsely represented that funding came directly from him, while he was sourcing it mainly from third-party investors, which at this point, the debt was in excess of $130 million.
He might be a good creative director, he might be a good gamer, but everything else is full of shit. So when you don't have to spend any of your own money, like zero, and you're just on everyone else's fucking tit, sucking everyone's tit, okay, like he was, spending everyone's money.
He went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project.
By this point, Dawson and TFE effectively owns every asset inside the building, including the IP of Ashes of Creation. Intrepid defaulted on its debts and was subsequently foreclosed. Basically, the board's and Jason's narrative was simple. Stephen Sharif was a classic, overhyped internet scammer who had no idea how to operate a multi-million-dollar company, and now they were seeking justice over the millions they poured into it. For a large part of the community, this confirms their absolute worst fears. The master marketeer had finally run out of runway, but things were about to get a whole lot more messy. On February 18 and through the following months, Sharif launched his counter-narrative. Sharif claimed he wasn't the predator, he was the victim. His filings exposed Dawson's entire investment strategy as a textbook predatory loan-to-own takeover scheme. According to Sharif, Dawson and his inner circle had been systematically plotting the hostile takeover of Intrepid Studios since 2022. The countersuit alleged that Dawson consistently backdated paperwork and manipulated debt agreements to make his loans look older and cheaper than they actually were. A deliberate strategy engineered to let him grab a massive percentage of the company at a fraction of the value. But tucked deeper inside Sharif's evidence log was a revelation that completely reshaped the history of the project. Through this email in 2022, a major video game developer, Riot Games, who was actively building their own MMORPG at the time, approached Intrepid with a massive offer for Ashes of Creation. The deal represented a staggering $250 to $500 million institutional backing. It seemed like a match made in heaven. Sure, it would have enraged the community built on promises of total independence, but the partnership of that scale would have guaranteed the technical resources required to actually finish the game. But Robert Dawson allegedly blocked the play, strongly advising Sharif to reject the acquisition. A year later, in 2023, a paranoid Sharif explicitly confronted Dawson about a potential boardroom coup. Me? Take control? You are on too many drugs now. Do you really think I want to control it? No. The most, I want to vote my economy. Interests, like any investor. And unless you think I'm an idiot, you will know I'm voting with you. This is going to end ugly. But if you think better to have Riot vote and control than me, then by all means, go for it. But as the studio's burn rate accelerated through 2023 and 2024, the mask of the passive investor completely came off. Sharif alleged that Jason Karaminis had effectively been installed as Dawson's enforcer, a highly volatile individual deployed to threaten and coerce the studio into submission. Behind the scenes of your dream indie MMORPG, the executive dynamic had evolved into an absolute nightmare. Dawson would routinely threaten to withhold immediate payroll funding unless Sharif signed amended articles or agreements that slowly stripped away his authority. And where Dawson used paperwork, Karaminis used terrifying raw thuggery that actually escalated to physical threats. Get this shit done tomorrow or your life is over on Tuesday when business opens. You are lucky I have Rob's back, otherwise I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I'm clear, you are a piece of shit. These were controversial multi-level marketing executives, role-playing as full-on street-level gangsters. But amidst all of Sharif's defenses, there is a glaring and uncomfortable truth that his narrative conveniently glosses over. Intrepid Studios was completely starved for resources. They were entirely dependent on Dawson, Karamanis, and other investors just to cover basic payroll. And the millions being funneled into the studio's accounts were vanishing into a financial black hole.
Rob wrote you checks. I wrote you checks, okay? The TFD Games Company wrote you checks, okay? Tom wrote you checks. Aaron wrote you checks. Everyone wrote him checks. Has he given anybody any return on investment? Has he done anything? What's he going to say?
What we do know is that the Sharks had him by the throat. It was either Sharif or his employees. So according to Steven, his best play was to play along to keep his employees safe. It got so bad that Steven was allegedly forced to approve a warrant providing Dawson 10% of the company for literally $10. It was then in May 2024 that Dawson converted all outstanding debt into equity, officially making himself the majority shareholder and seizing absolute control of the company. In time, he structured a 5-man board composed mostly of veteran executives with zero connections to game development. He removed Sharif's husband, John Moore, as CFO, replacing him with Ryan Ogden, the CFO of Genex Global. Ogden was immediately instructed to open a new corporate account at Pathway Bank, a financial institution that Dawson conveniently owned. Dawson's alleged directive to Steven reveals the absolute nature of this new board. I want you guys in the lead and me hidden in the background as ownership. Never would be in the forefront. And one of the most shocking allegations is that Steven claimed this wasn't Dawson's first rodeo. Just months prior, a co-founder of Genex Global had filed a massive lawsuit accusing Dawson of utilizing loans from his personal bank to systematically extract millions from the company founder. A sinister business model, if proven true. But there was still a question lingering in the air regarding Steven Sharif. Did he actually invest his own fortune into the game? In his official statement, he did claim that was accurate. Much of the capital provided to the company came through lenders who extended financing based on my personal guarantees and collateralization of my own assets and equity. I put my own financial future on the line to build this project and keep it alive for as long as possible. While judges and lawyers can truly find that, to the public, relying on loans, financing does not equal true self-funding, and was that exact tactic of lending that brought on the project's major issues. Regarding the board is another story. Sharif rigidly maintained that he never misled his audience about who was running the ship. Stating from 2015 up until the 2024 boardroom takeover, the company's absolute ownership was strictly isolated to 3 sole shareholders: himself, his husband, John Moore, and an individual identified simply as Tom, as in Tom Magazine. However, Steven had never once mentioned the existence of a 3rd shareholder, as far as my findings go. Which brings us to the ultimate question. What was the Shadow Board's true objective for Ashes of Creation? According to information available, the board allegedly engineered 2 parallel tracks. Step 1 was a formal foreclosure to legally transfer every single asset of Intrepid directly into Dawson's personal holding company, TFE Games Holdings, effectively attempting to isolate or avoid the debts of Intrepid, basically providing a clean slate for future development. Step 2 was to violently downsize the studio, laying off 70% of the core staff to run a skeleton crew operation. To fund this pivot, they allegedly forced the sudden, erratic December 2025 Steam Early Access launch, an operational move that made absolutely zero development sense, but perfect financial sense. The board plans to allegedly hijack a massive influx of Steam revenue, allegedly with original plans to have a $100 box price and a $20 subscription. Insane, but still cheaper than many previous packages. And routing the revenue directly into Dawson's new Pathway Bank account, rather than allegedly utilizing it to pay down the studio's oldest loans, in particular to a bank, Commerce West, while they alleged that Steven only wanted to pay back the loan to Commerce West because the loan was backed by his own home.
He had Commerce Bank sent a letter stating that that money was Commerce Bank's. So Commerce Bank would get that money because they had a secured position against his house on the money that he originally borrowed for the company. Well, that was the money for our payroll.
On January 16th, the board officially executed the foreclosure after purposely, according to Stephen, accruing vendor debts such as the service provider. It's official, the foreclosure is complete. TFE Holding owns all of the assets, said S.W.Frost. Their new blueprint was absolute lunacy. They intended to finish the development of the entire MMORPG by September 2026, on a budget of $12 million. To achieve this, they planned the mass layoffs, withholding severance packages from the departing team. An internal email from newly appointed board member Aaron Bartels exposes the absolute cold approach of the boardroom. These are bottom performers who have already been paid more than they deserve. Who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked? Any suit against us will be against the old entity that will have no value in being. Let's not do either. Still, looking strictly at the facts, it is hard to deny that the studio desperately needed a radical intervention just to keep the lights on. Stephen Sharif himself explicitly confirmed a grueling $150 million of capital had already been entirely consumed by the project. Yet the game was still in a raw early alpha stage. At this point, you have to look past the boardroom warfare and confront the systemic reality. Perhaps the original development model was just terribly managed. Or more realistically, the grand illusion of Ashes of Creation was simply fundamentally doomed from the start. In a final death...
Okay.
What do you need?
desperate counter-move, Steven Sharif notified their primary creditors at Commerce West Bank of the hidden foreclosure and the board's secret plan to divert the Steam revenue away from their loan agreements. Then, on January 19, he typed out his official resignation. He refused to be the public face of a mass layoff he had no part in designing. But here's where the entire board's narrative completely fractures. Despite later painting Steven Sharif as an incompetent manager who was actively embezzling millions of dollars, the moment his resignation hits the boardroom table, the board coerced him to return to the studio if he simply cooperated with the foreclosure and threatened to shut down the company if he didn't comply. Which begs the question, why would the board offer to reinstate a man they genuinely believed was actively robbing their company? Ultimately, no deal could be struck, and the people who took the absolute brunt of this executive power struggle were the developers and the players. The planned 70% downsize instantly devolved into a total operational shutdown. Intrepid Studios closed its doors, and that Steam revenue, which rounded to about $5 to $8 million, Valve noticed the conflicting bank accounts, saw the wave of terrified player refund requests, and immediately terminated the partnership, permanently freezing the capital while the studio bled out in the dark. So, what is the final verdict? Was Steven Sharif an innocent, naive creator coerced by multi-level marketing sharks, or a master recruiter who finally ran out of cards to play? Well, on May 1st, 2026, the judge officially dismissed the Robert Dawson's board lawsuit against Steven Sharif without prejudice, meaning the door is closed right now, but could be opened later. Sharif immediately took the public victory lap on Discord, claiming absolute vindication. He vowed to maintain his countersuit against TFE Holdings, defeat the cartel in court, regain absolute ownership of the IP, and one day rebuild the ashes of creation from the ashes of liquidation. But for everyone else, the devastation remains absolute. The developers are still out of a job, left to sue a defunct corporate husk for their unpaid wages. The studio dead, and the game effectively crippled. And the thousands of longtime backers who poured millions into the dream since 2017 are left with absolutely nothing. And to end it, if you think this ongoing drama and lawsuits couldn't get any more crazy, it was claimed as I was editing this video that on the day of the mass terminations, leadership staff were physically shown on surveillance cameras removing server hardware from the studio's data center and hiding it in a storage shed. Yes, that is one of the claims with photo evidence. Ultimately, there is no clean conclusion to be found inside of the wreckage. What remains is multiple question marks on a highly volatile, completely fragmented disaster. An absolute mess of conflicting depositions and mutual betrayal that will drag through the legal system and the public for years to come. But what we can deduce from both sides is a grim reality. The proud claim that Steven Sharif was prepared to personally bankroll the entire project was always far more complicated than the studio let on. Sharif routinely relied on massive, high-interest loans just to stay afloat, utilizing his deep multi-level marketing connections to keep the lights on. It was this exact reliance on debt that directly invited the very same people that he claims caused this whole mess. And even if Steven Sharif is completely cleared of all legal wrongdoing when the final gavel strikes, the deception remains. While Sharif may legally argue that accumulating massive private debt can still constitute absolute self-funding, in the court of public opinion, that statement has been shattered. Steven Sharif allegedly searched for capital across the globe, trading equity through loans in the dark, selling massive dreams of Fortnite-scale revenue to MLM execs, all the while aggressively weaponizing a relentless FOMO factory to extract millions in raw capital from a desperate and exhausted player base, and all for an incomplete team. And remember that referral program that heavily skewed towards content creators? Well, they got nothing, and people were only left with a bunch of intrepid bugs, embers, on a defunct website. Whether the investors from Karamanis to Dawson were driven by malice, or just trying to protect their investments and hopefully turn a bleeding company around through drastic measures, we are left to pick which side of this toxic boardroom war is marginally less corrosive then the next. Yet there is a deeply tragic paradox at the absolute heart of this destruction. It is entirely plausible that at the same time, Steven Sharif and especially his core developers truly loved the genre, that they were genuinely trying to build the ultimate monument to the golden age of MMORPGs. But in the end, it wasn't just a boardroom crew that executed Ashes of Creation, it was the crushing weight of the sunk cost fallacy, a grueling 10-year timeline, over $150 million with zero returns. If projects with tens of thousands of active players like New World fail, what hope was there for an independent studio trying to engineer the most complex MMORPG in existence? And as the vultures continue to tear apart the corpse of the project in the courts, the MMORPG community is left exactly where it started, beaten, fleeced, and waiting in the dark for a savior that never come.
The Great Spiffo Rat Race, coined Project Zomboid's impossible challenge, and with good reason. To complete the Great Spiffo Rat Race, a player must max every character skill, eliminate 1 million zombies, build survival shelters in every major city, and above all else, complete those tasks on a 16-pop playthrough in one life. Just a little ambitious, if you ask me. Many have tried, almost all have failed. This challenge was originally created by former streamer and Zomboid legend Mr. Lamprey back when Build 42 Unstable released in December of 2024. There's an official Discord for the Rat Race that tracks player progress for those competing, but given that this took place in the Unstable branch, it was bound to happen. Overnight, hundreds of players accidentally bricked their own runs after updating the game to the newest release version. A challenge that started with hundreds, if not thousands, of contestants now found itself down to little more than a dozen. I really want to touch on the scale of this because this broke people. Imagine spending hundreds of hours grinding towards being the world's first, and to have that taken away over a patch update overnight was absolutely devastating to those involved. While some started fresh, most of the player base simply gave up and moved on. As of January 26, 2026, there are just 31 runs remaining, with 20% of those runs having less than 50 hours logged. Some runs, like Chivas VR, have over 2,000 hours logged on a single run, and at the time of recording this are the current world record leader. They have only completed 60% of the challenge. I think you know why we're all here. Quick disclaimer, the rules, challenge setup, and build take up the first 3.5 pages of the script. Here are the timestamps for each of those if you don't care and just want to get to the actual attempt. Additionally, I do not qualify for the Rat Race leaderboards as I did not stream the entire playthrough. But if I was to stream the entire playthrough, well, I'd bet it'd be over at the second channel, TGP, where I'd be live on Fridays. You know, if I had to take a guess. The full list of rules, as well as the Rat Race approved mod list, are down in the description if you care about any of that. And while you're down there looking around, you might as well subscribe, seeing as approximately 70% of you aren't currently. Sorry, I know that's super annoying, but for some reason, me throwing in a call to action ends up boosting growth by roughly 10 times the normal return, so unfortunately, data says this works. Alright, shameless plugs out of the way, let's get to the settings. For starters, 1 hour days down from the now standard 90-minute days. That's not all that important though, but you know what is important? 16 times spawn. If you're new to Zomboid, this is the maximum population you can obtain in the game. Zombie respawns are set to none, though migration is enabled. Their speed is set from the default random mix of slow and fast shamblers to just fast shamblers like how it was in Build 42. Onto the good stuff though. Zombie toughness is set to normal, reanimate time is instant, they can navigate and open doors, always crawl under vehicles, have a long memory, and eagle eye sight along with pinpoint hearing. These aren't your normal brain dead, oh let me kite him through a house and pop out the back door zombies. these are like the I Am Legend kind. Essentially, what this does is mold the zombies into their toughest form, aside from being straight-up sprinters. But it doesn't stop there. The chance of zombies having an attached weapon is down 1 point from 6 to 5. The fall damage multiplier is dropped from 1 to 0.1, so 10% fall damage. Other notables include redistribute hours being set to 1, follow sound is set to 1000, up from the default 100, so they now track you for 10 times the distance. Arguably the most damning, though, is the rally group size. There are no big clusters of zombies grouping up in cities, allowing you to sneak by. Instead, they're all spaced out, covering much more space and making it practically impossible to get around them without attracting them. Heading into the loot settings, everything is set to custom. Now, you may be looking at that and going, so what the hell does custom mean? Well, for reference, the default loot pool spawns are set to 0.8, with the rarest loot setting in the game, insane, being 0.05. Well, in the Great Spiffo Rat Race, loot is set to 0.04, meaning loot spawns are 20 times rarer than default settings, and even more scarce than insanely rare spawn rates. Isn't that just lovely? And now, maybe you're really into sandbox settings and thinking to yourself, alright, but that zombie population loot effect will come in clutch just due to the fact that there's going to be 16 times the normal zombie spawns. And you'd be wrong, because that's also been cut in half. Over in world settings, water and electricity shutoff is set to instant. House alarms are set to very often. All of the gas pumps have, at most, 0.05 fuel in them, which, again, is 0.01 less than the insanely rare preset. Food also spoils fast, and the refrigeration effectiveness is set to low, meaning you can't just stockpile food in freezers for years and rely on that. It'll be a near constant search for food all the time. For nature settings, temperature is set to very cold, and rain is set to California. Nature's abundance is poor, so foraging is now more tedious, and plant resilience is set to low, making farming more difficult. Vermin, like rats and infested buildings, is doubled though, up to 50 from 25. In meta options, the events are set to never, and most randomized buildings and stories are set to extremely rare. The blood level is set to ultra gore, so if you have anything less than a top-of-the-line PC, you're kind of just shit out of luck. On the bright side, you do get a mini-map with all the locations known on start. Injury severity and muscle strain are both cranked up because everyone loves those settings so much, as well as discomfort and wound infection damage, both receiving massive bumps up from 0.8 to 2 for discomfort, and from 0 up to 10 for infection damage. Clothing degrades fast as well, which means statistically, like 75% of the participants likely died due to their shoes disintegrating into clouds of dust without them knowing. Heading down to the XP rates, the global multiplier is nerfed down to 0.8 from the default 1, meaning you now earn 20% less XP for completing anything, which to me means Fast Learner is practically a must-have now. Vehicles are also hot garbage. To be honest, I'm not sure why you would ever even want one with these settings, given that fuel is practically non-existent. The only reason I see myself using them at all will be for completing the prereqs for building a base in each city. And finally, livestock. Animal spawn chances are dropped to extremely rare. Alright, we just spent like, I don't know what, 5 minutes talking about loot settings? Time to get to the build. I need to preface this with the fact that this entire build is centered around how spawning in goes down. For negatives, I went thin-skinned, fear of blood, conspicuous, hearty appetite, prone to illness, slow healer, clumsy, slow reader, weak stomach, and the ever-controversial Sunday driver. For positives, I went with dexterous, outdoorsy, cat's eyes, wakeful, gymnast, athletic, and strong, along with the firefighter occupation to max out both fitness and strength, while giving me a boost in running and the axe skill. I don't really care all that much about the axe skill, but having both strength and fitness maxed out before even pressing play was a big point of emphasis for me going into the run. Fitness 10 allows me to travel much farther without getting exhausted, which comes in clutch when all the cars suck and there's no gas. And max strength will help combat the muscle strain buff. And finally, the customized character screen. There's actually a lot that can be done here to add some small boosts in survivability and skill grinding. For starters, denim shorts. Shorts are best to balance heat. From there, I threw on reading glasses, which aren't important right now, but given the fact that wearing reading glasses increases reading speed in Build 42, I can knock out skill books a lot quicker, given that I can find some. Outside of that, I went with sneakers for the extra running speed, and last but not least, I added a tank top, Hawaiian shirt, and regular t-shirt. This way, I can shred the tank top and Hawaiian shirt for some rags early on. And so begins the Great Spiffo Rat Race. Upon spawning in, I immediately paused the game and got a bearing of my surroundings. Almost immediately, I realized I messed up. Originally, I was planning to spawn in Muldra, but I'd accidentally selected Rosewood out of habit. It doesn't matter all that much though, considering every zombie in a 1,000 tile radius was gonna lock onto my location regardless. The initial spawn house had absolutely nothing of value for me. I mean, I grabbed a rag, but yeah. So I did have a spawn plan, but the plan itself is a bit messy. Sort of a make it up as you go kind of vibe with an end goal. Like the Jack Sparrow approach to figuring all this out. I have a location I'd like to end up at, but how I get there, well, there really isn't a reason to plan any of that out. There's so many zombies that some of them aren't even rendering in. You can't really outplan that. So instead, I kept to the fences, trying to bob and weave through zombies while battling constant frame rate issues. For reference, this PC is rocking 64 gigs of RAM, a 5070 Ti, and a Ryzen 9 9950X3D 16-core processor, and even that couldn't handle the Rosewood spawns on day one. This is gonna be fun. After spawning back in, I came to the conclusion that pushing into Main Street would be futile. So instead, I headed south, looping underneath the residential portions, and then heading east on a dirt road, all while foraging for anything I could get my hands on. Thankfully, the zombies are mostly urban-based, so once I was out of the city, it was pretty smooth sailing, at least for the walking portion. That being said, there's still around a dozen or so zombies following my trail, and walking in a straight line for hours wasn't doing me any favors. The goal today isn't to fight, it's to run, or rather, walk. My target is the cabin in the woods to the west of the McCoy logging warehouses in Muldra. It's far enough removed from any major city that no zombies should be able to track me back there. And while there isn't a plethora of food, it does have a well, meaning I can check off water and shelter in the short term. It also has an antique oven, so I can stay warm in the winter months and cook my food without relying on a campfire in the rain. Regardless, I was a good day's walk away still. So, to keep myself occupied on the journey, I foraged. This worked on two fronts, allowing me to level the foraging skill while collecting insects to keep me alive for an extra day or two. I don't really care how unhappy eating bugs makes me, as long as it keeps me alive. It's worth noting though, I definitely fucked up and should have grabbed Herbalist so that I could at least know which mushrooms and berries were safe to eat. That way I could have lived on a little more than cockroaches and caterpillars. Outside of that though, the only other thing worth noting was the fact that I scraped my shin on a bush, forcing me to rip up my tank top to use as a bandage. After a few more hours of walking, I reached a highway, only to be greeted with a wandering horde of zombies. Normally not a problem, unless you've got a straight shin and can't walk at normal speeds, in which case, fuck. Originally, I tried to loop southeast and outflank the horde, but then I saw this in the distance. A bagel stand with one of those slots holding at least one piece of food. Now determined to loot it, I pulled the zombies west before trying to jump the fence, forgetting I'd grabbed clumsy. After narrowly escaping with my life, I pushed into the food stall, found a pack of hot dog buns, which would have kept me fed for at least a day, only to realize once I walked in that there was only one way in or out. While trying to leave, I was scratched by another zombie, landing me my 4th injury, but thankfully it wasn't lethal. At this point, a pack of hot dogs wasn't worth dying for, so I booked it north, heading for another stretch of forest to hopefully lose the zombie grid. I don't have enough rags to bandage my forearm and hand, so I need to rip up another article of clothing. Even then, I couldn't risk stopping and having all the zombies behind me catch up, so I opted to keep walking north for as long as I could handle. You know, if this was like 2024 and I was staring down 4 injuries all on exclusive body parts, I think I would have just fed my character to the hordes and started over. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's good to be back. Well, probably should have seen that coming. Okay, so I obviously can't stay here, but I can group up some of the zombies, move them to the side, and chug some of the well water. There's a relay station down in the east that I began making my way towards as the sun rose. I'm not counting on it being livable, but in a perfect world, it's got something I can use. Before I made it there, though, I remembered I was sitting on a stone and flicked nodule. So after finding SpongeBob's car, I crafted a sharp stone and got started foraging the surrounding area for something of value. I even managed to kill my first zombies of the run, getting me a digital watch and some more rags. I was hoping to find a plank or, I don't know, anything other than a zombie and splinters at the McCoy logging crates, but sadly, not the case this time. Before actually pushing into the relay station, I went ahead and burned through all of my tree branches, using them to craft a handful of stakes. Will they tip the scales in my favor even slightly? No. But it dropped me under the encumbrance weight, so a win's a win. It was around this time that I noticed I was slowly starving to death. So, to buy me a few more hours, I shoved my face with insects and wild herbs I'd collected yesterday. Thankfully, I'd finally reached the point of exhaustion that allowed me to sleep on the ground. So I knocked out for a few hours in the hopes of recovering at least one of my various injuries. Maybe next time. Until then, I covered the wounds in some dirty bandages and pushed down to the relay station. As expected though, this place was filled with zombies, so instead, I turned north towards the lake house, mainly because there's a pond up there and I can use said pond to wash my bandages. I'm not really sure what I can do at this point though. I'm back to feeling tired, starving to death, and now dying of thirst. My last hope here was to make my way down to the crossroads with the Spiffos and gas station, and pray like hell I could kite the zombies around enough to scoop up a stale burger or bag of chips. Not a good sign. By the time I even managed to reach the crossroads, I was down to terminal health. It was now or never, so I dove into the hordes in an attempt to at least reach the Spiffos restaurant. have been playing Project Zomboid on and off for about a decade now. This was the first time I have ever starved to death in this game. But that's the Spiffo rat race.
Well,
there's a reason only like 5 people are still even
off to
trying.
bed. See you tomorrow.
Pause.